Gentlemen, oh wow, that didn't go to plan. I'm very sorry. How are we all today? Enjoying the con? What's been good so far?
Okay, the guests were great, and we still have a lot to see. Also, the D&D live yesterday. I don't know if you see it. That was awesome, and there's a lot of great cosplayers out there.
Well, I've been seeing great cosplays. We have a cosplay masquerade later on. I'll be doing that. It's been great so far. Been a great weekend, nice and busy. But you didn't come here to see me, so I'm not going to take up too much of your time. So please give a warm welcome, please, ladies and gentlemen, to Craig Fairbrass.
Hello, 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 hello. It's working. Great. Thank you very much. Lovely to see you all. And thank you for beautiful Ireland. It's an incredible place. Yeah, I know it's a bit grey, but it's still very nice, and the people are beautiful. So,
well, Craig, welcome.
Thank
How
you.
has Dublin Comic Con been so far for you?
It's been amazing. I met so many incredible people, and a lot of ghosts.
Yeah, I
Call it
imagine
Jerry.
so. Yeah. Now, I'm going to guess this, but I imagine this isn't your first trip to Ireland, is it?
You know what? This is my first trip, not to Ireland, but my first time in Dublin.
Okay.
That's why I jumped at the chance. I've done Belfast, but always had an inkling and a want to come to Dublin, and then this popped up. So it was amazing, great opportunity.
Have you seen much of it though while you've been here? Have you been here for a few days beforehand, or?
Yeah, no, I got here on Friday. When I finish, I usually have a lovely walk around the town because you've been sitting down all day. Yeah, it's beautiful. Grafton Street and the architecture around the colleges and the big Georgian squares across the road. Yeah, is it Merrion Square? Yeah. I walked all around there because I just love that type of architecture. It's beautiful.
You've got older buildings, your parks and stuff like that. So I'm assuming that's what you're into. You like exploring.
I do, yeah. And I've got the wife with me, so we've made a trip.
That's what you have to. You have to. Well, you have to keep them happy.
Exactly.
Is it Mother's Day over in?
It's Mother's Day.
It is Mother's Day in England as well. Okay,
okay.
Yeah. So, acting. I'm presuming you wanted to do it from a young age.
Yes. From about the age of 15, 16, I wanted to be an actor. I used to go to the pictures with my dad and we watched loads of films, and I was always fascinated by the Lee Marvins, the John Waynes, the Kirk Douglases, just them type of actors, Burt Lancaster, just the men, the fellas who were
the tough guys.
Yeah, the tough guys.
The tough guys.
Yeah.
Did you take inspiration from them? I'm assuming, a lot of inspiration from them.
Yeah.
So when you got into acting, what was the type of role that you wanted to play? What was the type of acting that you wanted?
Well, to be honest with you, I've always been a bit smart around that. I knew because as I got to 17, 18, hitting 6'3" and having a certain build and starting training, I always knew that my physicality would have quite it would go with me, but also go against me, So I knew I was either going to play villains or police. It's just one of them things. Yeah.
So when you started though, you're and even to now you're into your fitness. You like to keep fit. Was that a huge part of when you started acting? To keep fit, to keep yourself big and.
Yeah, it was because it was quite unusual then, and I grew up in an area where everybody just went to the gym, they trained. It was just part and parcel of growing up, and I sort of used that. It also helped me mentally as well because it was a discipline that I found comfort in. When I was traveling, when I started going out to Los Angeles, the gym in the day had always set me up for, a lot of letdown, a lot of great stuff. But, that was a sort of, I found solace in the gym. You'd go there and you get rid of all the negativity, when you have a good sweat.
Yeah, you tend to get rid of a lot of frustration in the gym. So that helped you with auditions and getting those no's that you would get along the way.
And there were loads of no's.
Well, a lot of yeses as well now, in fairness, a lot of yeses.
Yeah.
So you went to Hollywood, and one of your first big roles was in Cliffhanger.
It was, yeah. I was in a show called Prime Suspect. I had a small role in it, and an agent saw me, said to my agent, "Oh, you should get Craig to come over." And I was doing nothing, and I thought, you know what a great excuse to go to America. So I saved some money up and I went for 6 weeks, and I was lucky enough to land a small role in a massive movie, which was Sylvester Stallone's Cliffhanger. And it was an incredible experience. 6 months in Italy, had a great time. I still look at it now, and I look at Stallone with, I've got so much emotional baggage there that it was such a big deal at the time.
Obviously,
You
one
know.
of your first like big roles, so that obviously still really stays with you
Yeah,
to this day. What was it like working on that set with?
that was
the people
incredible.
there?
It was incredible. When you work on a giant Hollywood movie, that was over $100 million budget. So it was an incredible experience just to see how it works, the big films.
Were you prepared for just how big of a scale it would be?
No, I wasn't. And it wasn't until the film came out. And every time I watch it, I just wish I could go back and reshoot all of my scenes. Because, when you're learning and you're young, it's not easy. It can be a little bit intimidating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've done obviously a mixture of films. You do a lot of films, but a lot of TV as well.
Yeah.
So I want to bring you back a little bit. You've been on various soaps, but the main one you were in obviously was EastEnders.
It was, yeah. Yeah.
So what was Peggy Mitchell really like?
She was lovely. She was lovely. Bless her.
What was it like? So
rest in peace.
When you look at, say you're filming, say Cliffhanger, 6 months in Italy, you're doing a soap, something like EastEnders. That's constant. It's no real breaks. What's it like mentally for something like that?
You know what? I think it made me a better actor, because when you're working on them schedules and you're in a main storyline, and the show was different then. It was 4 episodes a week, and it was very intense. But when you are in a big storyline, you're there. You leave in the dark. You leave your home in the dark. You go home in the dark, and it's relentless. Big storylines. It's pressure, but it's a fantastic pressure, because you leave there. I've been in situations in my life. I've been lucky enough to visit over 30 countries worldwide, being employed as an actor. But I've been in situations on other big movies where I've had a little bit of a situation where I've had to fall back mentally and say to myself, take a deep breath and go, if you can do EastEnders, you can do anything. And I mean that.
Yeah. I can imagine, obviously, when you get a script for a movie, it's one script and you have to learn the lines. But something like EastEnders is a constant rolling script constantly.
Yeah.
How did you deal with that?
You just do. It's short-term memory. It just kicks in. You're there every day. All I found is I never go on holiday, because you go on holiday for 2 weeks, you come back and it was like, you can't remember your name. It was like, but when you're doing it, day in, day out. Yeah.
So that was in kind of the late 90s, early 90s, but you've done so much. Like I'm looking through your catalog.
Nobody's done what I've done since leaving the show.
Yeah.
I'm not being funny. I'm blowing my own trumpet here.
Okay.
So I do it every now and again. I've done like 30 movies since I left. Unfortunately, that you can get tinged in when you do a soap, that a lot of people leave and you never see them again.
Yeah.
But I've been very lucky with the computer games, the films, the TV. But a lot of good actors and a lot of actors have got great careers now who have cut their teeth in the soaps. They're not frowned upon anymore. They're a place where you go to learn your craft.
Yeah. I think a lot of 100% there. A lot of young actors will specifically go for something like that just to kind of get the experience.
Yeah, you need it
to help it, because you're an actor. You can't just walk onto a set and you expect to have a job.
No.
So a lot of young actors are going for smaller roles, going for soaps and stuff like that. A lot of people will do those things. So you did that as you were coming up.
Yeah,
we went for obviously the smaller roles. Of
course I did everything.
Yeah.
There's no cutting across the field when you want to be an actor. You've got to start off doing stuff that you may feel uncomfortable doing, small stuff. But it's not about that. It's about starting out, getting on that ladder, and just keep growing as an actor and taking on roles and doing what you can. And if you're lucky enough, and I mean if you're lucky enough, of preparation meeting opportunity, as the Chinese say, and you're ready when that role comes in, and you nick that role at the audition, and it's a big role, and it can have some warrant on your career as an actor, and then people look at you differently, and then you get offers from other work, then yeah, you know, you just keep doing it. It's been for me, it's been a really, really, you know, it's been a difficult journey. It's not been easy. You know.
But you've gone through that, and you are now in a position where you're getting these big roles. How does it feel that, yeah, you've done all that work now? Can you say, right, I can kind of calm down now?
No, never.
No.
Because it's just as hard. And you know what? And I'll be brutally honest, I'm not up here, you know, like some of these big giant stars, but I have a really solid career in independent film. I did like One Piece last year. I did Boat Story that's out on the BBC. Very, very highly regarded TV shows. And I'm headlining the strongest crime franchise in the UK, which is A Rise of the Foot Soldier series of films. You know, we just did 6. It was incredibly successful, box office in the UK. It smashed it on the streaming platforms. Number 7 is being fast tracked already into production. I'm very, very grateful for where I am in myself, in my head, on what I'm actually doing. You know.
You brought up Foot Soldier there. It seems to be incredibly popular, incredibly successful. But when you did the first one, did you think this is going to go the way it's going to go, or do you think this is just another movie?
I just thought it was just another British independent film, to be honest with you. And you never know what you're a part of, you know. And it doesn't matter who's in it, who's making it, who's directing it, who's wrote. Nobody knows. You make something, you pray that you're going to get that magic. And The Rise of the Foot Soldier, the first film, it's got a 6.8 rating on IMDb. It's the most successful indie crime film from the UK ever made. It's amazing. Yeah.
So when you took on that role, what was the process to kind of get into the character? Pat Tate, isn't it?
Yeah, Pat Tate. Yeah.
How easy was it for you to get into that role? Or was
Quite easy. It was easy. Yeah, I not saying, you know, I just found it. The dialogue was comfortable for me. Obviously, the guy was a Londoner. Anyone who doesn't know these films, it's about 3 guys who got murdered in the Range Rovers in the 90s, and it spawned a series of films. But no, I just found it. I've always tried to make my acting, what I do, as real as possible. You know, as believable and as real as possible.
So when you do a role like that, obviously you don't really have to change your voice or anything like that. You're a Londoner. That's the type of role that you do. Do you prefer to do stuff like that, or do you want to branch out, kind of try and do different things, different voices?
I've done that. You know, I'm not. I mean, accents. I mean, the last 5 movies I've done. I mean, Villain was the #1 film on Netflix for 8 consecutive days. #1 in Australia, #1 in New Zealand. That's a crime film, but it's an emotional crime film. It's not just what you think it is by the title. It's a beautiful story. It's got a human story of its heart. It's been very successful. I then did Muscle, a black and white art house movie where I play a bisexual ex-military personal trainer who takes over someone's life. You know, incredible. I got some really good reviews for that. And then I did A Violent Man, which is another psychological piece about me and another young prisoner in prison. So I've moved into heavy dramatic roles. The Foot Soldier things that, you know, that's a film that keeps my presence. It just keeps me current, you know.
So just mentioning those movies, like they're psychological, prison, how difficult was it to get into those roles? You know,
well, I've never approached acting like that. I mean, you get your scripts and you look at the dialogue and there it is, and you weigh it up and you think, you know, how am I going to play this? And you know whether you're going to play it very sort of, you know, most of the roles, the guys I'm playing are very just real, you know, underplayed and natural.
Yeah,
just like I'm sitting here chatting to you.
Nice and comfortable for you. Yeah, absolutely. Is there any of those roles though that you've taken on that has been outside your comfort zone? You're like,
yeah, Terry in Muscle. It's an art house film. It's a great film. You should check it out. It's quite a stretch for me because quite a complex character. You know, in the there's a lot of subtext going on, but the film worked. It's got a cult following now, and yeah, no, it was a pleasure to do. Yeah. I know it's not your cup of tea, but you might see it one day.
I know I would literally watch anything, absolutely, and I've been getting tips off various people this weekend about different things. For Foot Soldier though, you won Best Actor award, the National Awards. Was that one of your like first big awards, or?
Yeah, and funny enough, I then in last year I won Outstanding Performance in Film for A Violent Man at the National Film Awards, which is me and Stephen Adubola. It's about me and a young black prisoner. I take him under my wing in prison. That's a real emotional story, but it's a great film. You know, I'm really proud of that. You know,
so going through your career and then you start getting these awards. How does that feel? Like, is it just pure recognition? Like,
it's lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm never going to say, you know, anybody wants to win anything. It's nice to get some recognition and appreciation that somebody looks at it and goes, you know what, you know, he's done a good job there. He's a good actor. I believed him.
Yeah. And that's
the public vote.
Well, yes, exactly. Yeah. Another role, or multiple roles, I should say, that you've taken on has been voice acting, and of course, that's Call of Duty.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
That came about when I first went to Los Angeles. I got an agent and I was going up for auditions, and I was in a bar one night having a drink, and an American started talking to me and said, you know, your voice very unusual. Obviously, you're from London, blah, blah, blah. You thought about getting a voiceover agent? And I was like, well, not really. He said, well, there's this company called Vox. You should call them up, write to them. Anyway, cut a long story short, they took me on. Following week, they said, oh, we've got an audition for you. Come in and want you to record some battle chatter, some like soldier giving orders and all that. And I did it, and that was the start. That was the first game of Call of Duty. I played Gaz in that game. They killed me off, and then they brought me back for another character, which was Ghost in Modern Warfare 2. Killed me off again, and I came back as Warcroft in Modern Warfare 3. But Ghost, I think Modern Warfare 2 is the most successful games out of the whole franchise. Yeah.
When you come to a Comic-Con, you tend to see a lot of ghosts.
Yeah, there's a lot here.
There. I saw there was a whole line of them yesterday queuing up to come to you. How do you feel though when you see these people are portraying your character? Like, you're happy enough? You know,
it's incredible. It's lovely. I mean, and they're such genuinely passionate, lovely people, because they've gone through the effort to dress up. And the strange thing is, every single one of them comes over to me and says, you know, I've got to say, you know, I cried when you died in Modern Warfare 2. and I say, you're about the 9th millionth person to say that to me.
Video games, they can kind of make people very emotional. They get very attached to these characters.
Yeah, they do.
Are you attached to Ghosts? You know,
listen, I can't make things up. It's a fact. It was a job. You know, you go there, you stand in that booth, and you try and, you know, what I learned from the people who were making these films, that they preferred actors doing the voices, because they could give them a slight little note to change something on the delivery. You know, whether they wanted it slightly emotional, you know, a little bit insecure, aggressive. And I've got a very good ear for that. And it's hard to portray emotions through a voice, you know. But no, it all worked.
Did you like doing voice acting?
Loved it. Yeah, loved it. But then I went over to Battlefield and did a motion capture game with them. But I was lucky. I mean, I did 6 games all in all for the Call of Duty franchise. And then, like everything, they change things. You know, they want to keep it fresh, get some new voices in.
You mentioned motion capture there. I talked to the GTI guys
yesterday,
and they said the suits that they wore were very restrictive.
Oh, don't even go there. Don't even go there. I got food poisoning. I was in Belgium doing this game. And I'm not being crude here, but it was like, it takes you 3 hours to get dressed to put these suits on. All these dots, headsets, you know, and you're ill.
Yeah.
Every time they'd finish me, I got to take it off. I got to go to the toilet. It was because I was ill. But the rigmarole of doing that, and then standing there in that green room, you know, with the dots, and then you watch it back of where you are. It's an incredible process, mind-blowing, really is.
Would you be a gamer? Or would you have played those games?
My 2 sons did, and all their mates, and I used to come in, and they'd all be playing the games, and they'd all look at me, and I go, turn it down. And they go, That's your dad. Sounds like the bloke on the game.
Did they actually
Yeah.
know it was you?
Yeah,
or
of course they did. Yeah.
Just making fun.
Yeah, just making fun.
So we move on now, and we've got One Piece.
Yeah.
Very, very successful show on Netflix. How was it working on that? We obviously have Emily here as well.
Yeah.
How was it working on that?
Well, it was an incredible. It was a long time in Cape Town, great part of the world, fantastic show to work on. You know, my role wasn't humongous, but it was a pivotal, important role, very emotional, and I jumped at the chance to do it. And that's what I'm saying to you, rewinding what I said to you earlier on. It's okay playing tough guys, but it's nice if you can play tough guys who have got a heart and they can deliver. You know, like in Villain, I said it's an emotional piece. All of a sudden you see this bloke who's killing people. All of a sudden you get under his skin, like the guy that I play in Boat Story. He's a big tough, but they're vulnerable. And if you can pull that off, you know, if you can do that stuff and people believe it, it's great. How many people have come up to me at this convention and said, you know, I loved your portrayal of Zeph. It was so emotional. You moved me. To hear that, that's gold. Because that's why you do it. That's why you act. If you can get people that reaction, it's amazing.
To get ready for that role, was that difficult because of the emotion? You know, you've played a lot of tough guys, then you've got Ghost and whatnot. Was it difficult to get into that emotional state for that character?
I couldn't wait to do it. You know, my scenes with young Sanji on the island, you know, the only thing about that show was the makeup. That was the 3 hours getting ready again. You know, the wigs, the makeup, the moustache, the peg leg.
It was definitely a unique look for you.
Yeah, a very unique look.
You know.
But I couldn't wait to do it because I've done so much modern day stuff. I'd never been in a fantasy series, so I jumped at the chance. You know, the blonde hair, the tash, and, you know, learning the lines and getting a grip on just how much weight that Zeph had. And just the emotional side of things with young Sanji and then the older Sanji. You know, he was a big old tough pirate, but he had a lovely heart. You know,
I have to say his look was fantastic. I remember seeing it first. I was like, wow, he's just great. He's so different.
Yeah.
But yet it's still you.
Yeah.
You know, it's still quintessentially you.
Yeah.
So you really wanted to do that role.
Yeah.
Is there any other roles that, you know, would you like to do something like a Game of Thrones, like a Lord of the
I'd
Rings,
love
that
to.
type of thing?
Yeah, I always wanted to play. As growing up, I was obsessed. I always wanted to play Bill Sykes in Oliver. Oh, wow. You know, when I was younger, because I just, you know, that role was, because I'm a massive Oliver Reed fan. But yeah, well, I'd love to be in. Yeah, the great thing about being an actor is you never know what the next day holds. I mean, I could get off of this stage now and get an email come through or WhatsApp and go, oh, you're going to New Zealand Saturday for 6 months. You don't know. You know, you're walking around with a lottery card in your pocket constantly, and it's exciting.
I was just about to say that has to be very exciting for you to be
Yeah.
like, okay, I'm in London today, great. Oh, New Zealand tomorrow. Oh, I'm over in Peru. I'm like everywhere.
Yeah.
So you mentioned earlier on 30 countries you've been in.
Yeah.
And you want to visit for work? Is there anywhere you want to go? Would you like to go to, say, somewhere really cold, somewhere really hot, somewhere really...
You know, I'm waiting to do Australia. I know it's going to come up. But it's lovely to go there when you're working, you know, because you can actually... The great thing about working as an actor, if you want a big production, they bring you in at the beginning and they keep you there because they've got the money to afford. They can't allow you to go in case there's problems with weather or someone's ill. They have to change the scenes around. So you get a lot of downtime. I mean, I was over in Cape Town. My wife came over and we saw a load of South Africa. And that is where every day that you wake up and you say to yourself how grateful you are to be in such an incredible, exciting business. I'm forever grateful for being an actor because it's given me the opportunity to see so many parts of the world, you know, and then on them down days wandering around, you know, streets and talking to people that you sometimes you think, what am I doing here? It's incredible, you know.
To me, you seem like somebody who you just like working. You're like just constantly working.
I do love working, yeah.
So last year when we had the strike and whatever else, did that affect you?
Oh, massively. I was on a roll. I did go. I'd been out in Cape Town for 5 months. I'd done that. I came straight home, jumped straight into another series called Boat Story for 6 months. In between that, I did another foot soldier film, number 6. I was just about to start another big job, and the strike hit. Then there was problems with that. That sort of, there was cracks appearing. That fell away. It just had a snowball effect, you know.
So I'm assuming as soon as that was over, you're like, right, back to work.
Yeah, but then, you know, the Comic-Cons came in, and, you know, you're lucky to be able to do these. Once again, you know, fantastic places to go and visit. You can make a trip of it, and you meet fantastic people. You meet the fans, you get to chat. But it's a whole nother world that's opened up. These.
Yeah. With regards to Comic-Cons, the people you meet, they're not just one-dimensional. You see so many different people, so many different types of characters. Obviously, everyone coming to you to speak to you about Ghost and about Foot Soldier and whatnot. How has it been seeing so many different people?
I love it. I really do. And you know what I appreciate is the fact of the effort and the detail. And you know, it's the people you meet. I just had someone come up to the table 20 minutes ago. I was sitting there with my agent, you know, and the lovely Fiona. And this girl just burst into tears because her memories of growing up with her dad, who's no longer here, they used to watch these films together, and she just come up to the table, and I had to grab hold of her and give her a kiss and cuddle her. And I signed her some bits and pieces. I gave her some extra stuff. I said, come back later when you feel that you want to have your picture done with me, you know. But she was shaking. But I've met some incredible people doing this. Really have.
I can imagine it would make you emotional meeting people like that. You know, it's not just
I'm holding it back now. To be honest with you,
it's not just sign an autograph. There you go, sign. I watched you over the course of the weekend. You're having chats with people. It's not just real quick. It's like you're actually getting to know them. You're chatting to them. You're talking about this character was great and that character was great. So you've really started to enjoy the Comic-Cons now.
Yeah.
Anywhere you'd like to go for them, and you've got the big ones in America.
Well, no, I mean, the last couple of months I've been out to Bahrain, out to Stuttgart, I'm out to Holland next week, out to Spain the following week. I mean, they're coming in, you know, obviously because of One Piece, but then the fallback of the Call of Duty games and Foot Soldier in Europe is big. But the One Piece, obviously the show was #1 in 84 countries. It has a huge fan base. And they appreciate all the characters, you know. Don't get me wrong, for Emily, you know, and the Straw Hats, they're the driving force of the show. But what I've found is that the hardcore fans are really into the supporting characters as well, which is great, you know.
I always find when you look at big shows like that, obviously the main characters are always very popular.
Yeah.
But it's, as you say, it's those secondary characters. Like, no, everyone kind of clings onto them.
Yeah.
It's like with One Piece, with Game of Thrones, stuff like that. They're so popular.
Yeah.
Were you prepared for how popular that would be?
No, I wasn't. I really wasn't. And I was hoping for the youngsters, because, you know, they're young actors. I was hoping that, you know, the show would be successful, or be at least come, because it had been a couple of anime live action shows that hadn't really worked. I really wasn't aware of them, but I was just hoping that for the main cast, but the show just blew up. You know, it worked.
Yeah. It's really, even now, it's
the detail, everything here was incredible.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it out. Does anyone have a question for Craig? We have microphones here on either side. So if you have a question, please come up to the microphone and ask your question. Yourself here, is it? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, where did you, like, from the very start, like, what did you do? Did you go to, like, acting classes, or did you play an nativity in, like, school, or, like, where did you start? Or
I started, funny enough, I got in trouble at school, and I left school early as I was young with no qualifications. I worked on building sites. I was a scaffolder. I tarred roofs for a long time, but I always wanted to be an actor. And I met someone, and they said to me, oh, there's this school. This is when I was about 18, 19. You can go and do a drama course. And I went along and I did this drama course. But there were people who had been there for like 2 years who weren't very good. And I just thought to myself, can you actually be taught to act? You know, because I find it's quite an instinctive thing. And the more you do, there's a technical side to it as well, especially on film. Not so much on stage, but cameras. You know, there's a real trick to, but it takes a while to know those tricks and to get comfortable and to be confident and to be relaxed. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's a real, and once that clicks, and it only clicks by working, then that's when it happens. So to answer your question, I did the course, I left early, I got myself an agent, and I just started auditioning. And I found that I knew that I would learn my craft by working and watching and standing on film sets and watching people. Because when I was doing little parts, I'd always hang around and watch the main actors do their stuff, and watching loads of films and reading books. And it wasn't until I went to Los Angeles that I really realized that there was a technique. And it took me forever to get that technique, I'll be honest with you. I became a better actor as I got older. I wasn't very good when I was young. It's working now, though.
Thank you very much.
Great question.
I want to touch on that there. You said you kind of learned more on sets and whatnot.
Yeah.
What, who do you think kind of taught you the most, I suppose? Is there anyone in particular on sets that you think their advice was
Not
great?
really, no. I mean, the trick and the art of doing nothing. You know, Michael Caine said that. I read his book, and I used to watch De Niro and Pacino and all them people, all the American actors. You know, the stillness on certain scenes, you know, the style of it as you get closer and on the wides. There is an art to it, a technique, an art, call it what you want. And all the best actors I find, all the people that I love, the Matthew McConaughey's, the Woody Harrelsons, you know, they're intense. You know, there's that energy. Yeah, it takes a while, I think. I'm surviving, that's the main thing.
Is there anyone on these like big productions that you've worked with and you like would really love to work with again? Like, would you like a Sly Stallone, or is there anyone like I want to?
Listen, I'm a massive fan of Stallone. I mean, I met the man, I shook his hand, I looked into his eyes, and I went, you know, when I first went out to Los Angeles because my mate turned around to me one day and said, "I just watched that Die Hard film. You know them fellas who always got 6 geezers behind them. You could be one of them easy." And I thought, you know, and I was obsessed with the Die Hard movies. And when I went out to LA and an audition came up for, basically I had a general meeting with a lady called Mindy Marin. She was a casting director. My agent said, "You got a general meeting. You're just going to go along. She's just going to chat with you. She meets certain people if she likes them by their picture." She picked me, so I went in and I met her. And she liked me. She went, "I like your look. I like you. You're different. You're from London." And this was in 1991. And I was so naive and so like, wow, I was full of energy and self-belief. She said, "I'm making this film, casting the new Sylvester Stallone action film. It's the biggest movie he's coming back from. It's going to be huge. It's Die Hard in the mountains." And I was like, "What?" And she went, "Yeah, and the director," I went, "Yeah, go on, tell me." She went, "The director is Rennie Harlin." And I was like, "No, not the director from Die Hard 2. I just want to meet him. Can I meet him? I don't care about the audition. I just got to come back and meet him." Anyway, 3 weeks went past. I get a phone call. They went, "Oh, you've got a chance to go in to meet the director. You got an audition." And I went in and I met Rennie Harlin and I said to him, "Mate, that film Die Hard 2." And he was looking at me and I could tell he was just looking at me. I did the audition. I didn't hear anything for about 2 weeks and I flew back to London and my agent called me right out of the blue and said, "You know, you're in the mix because they now got to find 6 guys. They're casting around the world. They're looking for 6 men who are going against Sylvester Stallone, 6 big villains with John Lithgow." And I was like, "Oh God." And they're all going to be different. I thought, I got to stand a little bit of a chance. Surely I'm 6'3", I'm a Cockney, I'm different. And I had to go back again and do another audition. They said, we really, really like you, but we're now going to cast in London. But you've got to go back again for another audition. So for a role where I didn't really do that much, really, it's more about physicality and look, I had to go back and audition again. And I was gutted. I thought, I put all this effort in, being in America. Cut a long story short, I ended up getting a part, and it was the best phone call I've ever had in my life. I was in the bath. My wife come up and said to me, "Your agent's on the phone." I got out soaking wet. "Yeah, you got an offer for the part of Delmar." And I was like, "Oh my God, this is the beginning." And yeah, that was
Everything kind of skyrocketed.
Before that, I'd nicked a big film in the UK called For Queen and Country with Denzel Washington. So that gave me a taste that made me go to America, just to rewind that. But yeah, it was an amazing thing.
So, but I'm not going to keep you too much longer, but what can we expect? Is there anything you can talk about, I suppose, that's coming up? Can you talk about any projects you're
I've got a lot of stuff in development. Things have now changed for me where, jobs can come out the blue, but at the moment I'm heavily invested in 4 big projects, 2 are TV and 2 are movies. One is another foot soldier movie that I've just been asked to do, and there's another film I've just been offered. I don't like to talk about them in case they fall through. One of the TV projects is very exciting. It's a big series, so fingers crossed they all go. But if you haven't seen Boat Story, if you've got BBC iPlayer, thank you, mate. Check it out. It's a really, really good show. Boat Story. It's out now. Opens in America on March the 12th. Vengeance will be free in the next couple of weeks on Amazon and Sky. It's not a bad little film. Yeah, that's about it. I'm trying to sell myself here.
But before I let you go, Craig, I just want to ask, I tend to ask the actors this. Do you have any...
It's not a trick question again.
No trick questions. No, I don't do that. Well, not much. What advice would you have for any young actors coming up who want to get into movies and film? What would you say to them?
Firstly, I'd always say have a second string to your bow, because when I started out, I bought a calf. My wife was a model. We were young, and I wanted to pursue and chase being an actor, but I thought I had 2 young babies. We had kids young. I was 22. How can I need money coming in, because I'm chasing a fantasy, really. Even though I believed in myself, it was difficult. So we had a second string to our bow so we could feed everybody and keep warm. The main thing is self-belief. You can't listen to anybody, literally anybody. It's blinkers, rhino skin, zipped up to here, and you just crack on and you just go with your dreams, and you just keep visualizing yourself on screen, how you want to be seen, doing the jobs you want to do. And that's all I've ever done.
That's brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen,
anyone can.
Massive round of applause for Craig Fairbrass.
Thank you very much. Lovely meeting you all. And thank you, Ireland, Dublin especially. Thanks, mate.
Ladies, yeah.
Hey, yeah.
He didn't want to wait. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Sheppard.
How you doing, guys? You good? It's a bit smaller than the Olympia Theatre.
Just a little bit.
A
Yeah.
little bit, yeah. Hey, yeah. Who's that? Who's making that noise? I love that noise. Makes me happy. What are you lot doing? What are you here for? Oh, God. Has anyone ever seen me do a guest talk before? Good, thank God for that. He hasn't either. Hey, yeah. Don't be hiding. Hi, bye-bye. Story of my life. Don't leave on my account. Right, so you can sit down, you're fine. Don't worry about it. What's going on? How you doing? Not too bad. You brought your own weapons with you today. I like that. Anything you want to know?
No, you go ahead.
All right. Where's the mic? Over there? Who's got any questions? I'm sick of the sound of my own voice already. Can somebody grab up where the microphone so we can hear you? What's your question? Or shout it or something. Yeah, but they can't hear you in the back, so that's just rude.
Testing. Oh, Jesus.
Testing?
Yeah.
They did all that already.
Well, double checking. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, a little bit of a control freak here. We're doing all right. What do you want?
Is there maybe a list of something on your bucket list that you want to do or haven't quite tried yet?
Why would I tell you?
Because
On my
we're
bucket
besties,
list.
obviously.
We are? How long have we been besties?
Well, you came to say hi to me yesterday, and then I went to cry in the back room. So
Why? What were you crying for?
you
What did I do?
shook my hand.
That made you cry.
Yeah, I had 2 people check in on me because I was like hyperventilating.
You know, I've been married 4 times. None of them cried. They laughed a lot, but that was about it. So what's on my bucket list?
Yeah, something you
What's
want
on
to
your
do.
bucket list?
I'm trying to go for my dream job right now. Try that out.
What's that?
Being a flight attendant.
Flight attendant?
Yeah, I got accepted and I started in the summer. If
As
I
long as-
pass training, that is.
Please, as long as it's not Ryanair, you're fine.
No.
They'll probably work out a way of charging you to be a flight attendant. It's £10 to get on the plane, £10 for the uniform.
And then it's £10 for oxygen to breathe.
It is, yeah, pretty much. I love the idea he was trying to get stand-up planes. I used to fly on Ryanair. Back when I was in Dublin, Ryanair started, they had those turboprops, BAC, like 111s or whatever it was. And I knew all the pilots. Like one of the pilots was the original Boomtown Rats drummer. So we used to fly all the time, and it was like, so I get called up to the cockpit when we're on the way to or from Ireland. And everyone would be like, where the fuck is he going? And I go up to the pilot, I go sit down, I sit in the jump seat, operate the flaps, have fun. This is way before 9/11. And it was like, it'd be like, it's like, okay, this is Dublin, blah, 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 blah. And who's that in the cockpit? Oh, Mark, oh, how you doing, man? Are you playing this? Where are you playing this year? Oh, yeah, right. Oh, great. Okay, so your vector is blah, blah. I used to sit in the jump seat, use the handles, do stuff. It was
That's
brilliant.
a big no-no now.
Come out of the clouds. It's like, oh, fuck, we're in the Isle of Man. I'm like, really? Say, no, we're just joking. But it was a different thing then. There was all a bunch of old disgruntled Aer Lingus trained pilots that went and worked for Ryanair, which is fun. Yeah, go do it. Go knock it out of the park. Where are you from originally?
Latvia.
Oh, well.
Do you know where that is?
Yes, I do.
Most people
I'll
don't know
forgive
what
you.
it is, let alone where it is. Oh, God.
What's up with you?
I was just wondering if you had a dream role to play.
Not going to tell you, though, am I? So probably end up doing it. I have a rule that I don't discuss what I might be doing. I mean, if you think about it, I've been the luckiest guy on earth. If you go back to the 80s, and I was here, and I was playing in a band here, big band here, and the idea of me being an actor it would never occurred to me. My keyboard player was like, you were always going to be a freaking actor. We all knew you were going to be an actor. So when I went over to America and I left here and went to Los Angeles, it was a sort of natural progression. I was making records over there and doing what I was doing. But it sort of weirdly fell in, the telling of stories, which is about as Irish as it comes, really, if you think about it. We export people who tell stories, you know? Written language having gone so long ago, the idea of song and film and television and that stuff was just amazing. So I've done all these things and been on all these shows and been so lucky to do things that I've loved doing. And it's funny, the stuff that you guys tend to like about what I do is the stuff that I've enjoyed the most, you know? It's very few things I have not enjoyed. So whatever's next, you never know. You know, it's like, I get a phone call, it's like, yeah, you want to do Doom Patrol? How many of you lot seen Doom Patrol? Are you kidding me? Do you know who's in it? Brendan Fraser, Matt Bomer, Timothy Dalton, Diane Guerrero, April Bowlby, Javan Wade, Michelle Gomez. I mean, it's an amazing show. If you're bored, HBO, go watch it. You'll go, that is the craziest show I've ever seen in my entire life. Those are the things that make me happy. You know, Supernatural is like a decade of my life. You know, you ever want to know what it was like? Did you ever hear of Nerd HQ? There was we used to go to San Diego every year, right? So we go to Hall H and there'd be 8,000 people camping out at night to see us the next day, and we do all that stuff. We do all the press for the whole year. So Misha and I would have to go there a day and a half early and do bored out of our minds doing the same press crap for 8 years solidly. And then the boys would show up and come and do, you know, the bit on Saturday and then do Sunday. And then after we'd finished doing Hall H in the morning, they'd all get drunk because I don't drink. And we'd go over to Zach Levi or Aisha Tyler. We're running Nerd HQ, and it was under the bleachers of the San Diego Padres baseball stadium. It was about, you know, so it was about 10, 15 rows like this and low down. And we would literally just F about for an hour or so. So if you ever want to see what we're actually really like, watch that stuff. It is insanely funny. It is too much fun to do. But yeah, I love what I do. I never know what I'm going to do next.
So
An
no
old phone
preference?
call. Would you like to do this? Would you like to do that? Okay. I turn into Pete Davidson. It's kind of fun.
All right, thanks.
Appreciate it. What do you want?
You are a part of my ideal Batman fan cast. You would be my ideal penguin.
He's calling me short and fat.
And
You do realize, you know, I just dropped 3 stone.
I was thinking more so in terms.
Do you like the T-shirt?
Yes.
That's it. Now, if I was ever going to get an endorsement, Hairy Babies T-shirts would be my favorite endorsement. Come on, lads, send me some tees.
So my question is, since James Gunn is going to be doing a Batman movie,
I don't fucking know. Jesus.
would you be open to playing?
No,
Penguin?
am I open to work? I mean, seriously. Is anybody here, would you all fancy a decent job for decent pay? Yeah, no? Right, yeah. Who knows? Who cares? I mean, it's a lovely idea that you're thinking of me, but you never know what I'm going to do. James is a nice guy, but, you know, I was playing Constantine in Doom Patrol, and that's DC, so it's kind of fun. I've done some interesting things, and I'm sure there's more to come. Anyone else got a question? Stand up.
What's your favorite movie?
When? You can't have one favorite movie. Who the hell has one favorite movie?
Okay, then what are your like 5 favorite movies?
What are yours? I just like watching you
Watchmen.
climb the microphone.
Watchmen. It's not my fault. I'm short. It's like
Yeah, it is.
Watchmen, Die Hard.
Get bigger boots.
I still
See the
wouldn't
seat
read it.
behind you. Just stand on the seat behind you. That's the way to do it. Watchmen. What else?
Die Hard, Dead Poets Society, Life on the Murder Scene, and It 2017.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, you've left out a lot of things that I find to be glorious. I mean, it's Godfather and Blade Runner and
Never watched it.
yeah. Well, there you go. So you got a lot of things to watch. The movies that you love will evolve depending on how old you are, where you are, who you're watching them with, right? Who you're watching with. That's another thing to do. But loving the great thing about this, I mean, we're talking about talking to you, jumping up and down like a frog. Think about it. You're in a place which is remarkably inclusive, remarkably safe. People wearing their hearts on their sleeve, people dressed in costumes for things that they admire and do. These are things you used to get your ass kicked for 30, 40 years ago. And, you know, if you really think about it, you know, the geeks have inherited the earth. right? I mean, we're now in charge of what they think. They're checking with us to see whether what we like is something they can make money out of, as opposed to the other way around. It used to be very cynical, and they would copy and copy and copy things and try to farm it out and wonder why it wasn't successful. And these little shows that we all loved, that were made with passion and we cared about, suddenly became these huge sort of cult followings. I mean, Firefly is probably the end of that era. It was a show that was on Fox, had terrible, had 11 million viewers. They've killed for 11 million viewers now. But then it was like, that was a complete financial failure. And if it had been during the time of streaming, the show would have been on for 5 years. I mean, that's the thing. The market has changed. Our influence on the market has changed. The fact that, there's a man wearing a Trek uniform, absolutely. But we can wear our hearts on our sleeves, and we can vote with our money, and we can say what we love, and we can enjoy different and disparate films, and we're not fighting over it. The polarization of people's opinions nowadays is so painful. And yet you can come to a place like this, and the worst argument we're having is like, I like this more than I like this. Not I hate that, or it's an amazing time. I think we're a great microcosm to show people how to behave and what to do, because there's a lot of love in conventions. You always just see so much positivity, and there's not a lot of that going on outside, which drives me bananas. What do you want?
Hello, thank you for coming. I was wondering, when you first started working on Supernatural, did you expect Crowley to become such a fan favorite?
No, I was supposed to do one episode. I stayed there for 8 years. Bloody annoying. I don't know. It was a lucky thing. It was something I wanted to do. There was a showrunner called Kim Manners. There was a guy called Kim Manners, and he was a child actor. He was on 77 Sunset Strip, the American series, old black and white series. And he ended up doing things like directing 21 Jump Street, the TV series back in the day. And he was the first sort of real showrunner for Supernatural. And I knew him for years. And I'd go up to Vancouver to go do things, and I'd see him. We'd go hang out in a particular hotel bar. And he was always like, you'd love the show. I said, yeah, I've seen the show. He said, yeah, you'd love the boys. They're great. And then, cut a long story short, around season 4, he passed. He died. I knew his brother really well, and I was working at Fox with his brother. And right after that happened, Supernatural hadn't crossed my path at all. And right after that happened, I got a call that would I like to audition for Supernatural? I got the giggles. I was like, this is some sort of great cosmic joke. And that was Crowley, and that was the weirdest thing ever. It was like, and I went there to do an episode and ended up staying for 8 years. A couple of years too long, but it was kind of fun. But I enjoyed it a lot.
Thank you.
What?
Hi. Sorry, this isn't a question. I just really wanted to say that I absolutely loved your X-Files episode.
Oh, thank you.
It is one of my favorites.
31 years ago.
Yeah.
So long. I still get paid for that. That's pretty cool. They weren't actually a series when that episode was done. They only had the first 12.
Yeah.
And on that episode, they were picked up
to
be a series. I think the first time it showed in America had 3 million viewers. Second time was 6 million. The third time was 12 million. So that was at the beginning of Fox being something. All they had was The Simpsons, Married with Children, and The X-Files. That was pretty much all they had on Fox. But it was an amazing time to do stuff. It was a lot of fun. What?
Hello.
Hi.
Just a question about filming on Supernatural. Do you have any particular memories that stand out? Like,
can I remember how I was filming Supernatural for 8 years of my life?
No, just
what am I, brain dead?
No. favorite memory on set.
Oh, well, how many of you watched Supernatural? Like, seriously watched it? All right, okay, Jesus. Won't be talking about Doctor Who then. The end of season 8, if you remember the end of season 8 in the church, all of that stuff was shot in sequence, which is a really rare thing to do. And it was pretty much all of us together. And it was a very unifying thing. And it was a great story. That season was a really good arc that ran all the way through, to the angels falling from the sky and that whole ending. And that was probably us at our best. That was probably the best season we ever did. So many fun things, stupid things. I mean, you look at, there are some outtakes that you'll never get to see because they're just so rude. But the best, I remember Jensen had a line, "I'd rather be slapped in the face during sex by a girl in a Zorro mask," and he couldn't get it out. And this is a boy that did soap opera when he started. I mean, he could do 68 pages of dialogue without thinking about it. And he just couldn't get this line. And of course, Jared's mean and he's very, very quick. He's very, very smart. He pretends he's not, but he's really, really smart. And so Jensen fluffed the line and it became 68 takes of trying to get this line and being constantly interrupted by Jared or me or anybody else. And it's like, nah, that's not it. And it's like, so we had a gag reel that year, which every interstitial was him messing up that line differently. I don't know if that ever came out as the version that went out to the Supernatural family, but that was kind of appalling because he never made mistakes like that. So it was those sort of things are fun. They never played tricks on me because I'm old and I can sue. You know, they did some evil things to each other. They really did, especially to Misha, because Misha always takes the biscuit, you know. Terrible. God, they used to torture that poor boy.
They didn't do things to you, but what did you do to them?
Nothing. Why would I bother? There's no point. But like they, you know, I mean, I think Jared wrote something rude on the back of my car once. I was like, if you scratch the paint, it's going to cost you $6,000 to repaint. He's like, I'm sorry. So yeah, Misha was directing an episode, first time he directed an episode, and they shredded his script 3 times. They then pied him in the face. So Jensen did it really nicely on camera, just sluck up behind him and custard pied him in the face. Jared hit him so hard with a pie, broke his nose. Oh. And it took 45 minutes to clean up the set afterwards. Yeah, he's a big puppy. Yeah, that was miserable. I knew it was bad when Jared was looking at me and goes, "Hey, Shep, how much do you think Misha's car is worth?" And I'm like, don't start doing it. I think he was gonna get a forklift and put it on top of the building. It's just stupidity. We get bored. We worked hard and we played hard. I mean, there was never, messing about was never messing about and not getting it done. It was about getting it done and messing about. So if you look really carefully, they tried not to put the 4 of us in scenes together. If they did, it was like we would do stupid stuff like investigate other actors' supposed charitable trusts. And we get into a lot of trouble. I've got to be careful what I say here. What do you need?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I have 2 questions for you.
No.
Okay. If you weren't Crowley on Supernatural, who would you like to play on Supernatural?
Write your own fan fiction. Next question.
Okay.
Who would want to be anyone else but Crowley, for God's
fair.
sakes?
To be fair. There's rumors that it's coming back. Can you confirm?
God, who knows? What, do I look like Warner Brothers? How the hell would I know?
I'll just sit down, so.
There you go. Fair play to you. Go on.
Hi, Mark. And as a question for when it comes to working against monsters, CGI characters, that type, how have you found working in the industry over the years that has changed from working early days on like X-Files or to Doctor Who?
Well, the X-Files has no CGI. That's all real fire, which is kind of scary. And you wouldn't do that anymore. Who was... Yeah, there wasn't really any CGI in Who. Not really. That was all, you know, the silence with the silence. There was a very tall Dutchman called Marnix van der Werk. I don't know. I mean, the imagination is a wonderful thing. It doesn't, you know, it's what you're willing to do. I don't think I'd enjoy sitting on green screen for 3 months trying to do, you know, crappy Marvel movies. I think we're done with that whole thing of... They've started to look like gag reels. The whole movies have started to look like gag reels now. We're sort of burned out from the sort of stupidity of it. We need a break from that stuff. We need stories. We need stuff that's interesting. So I think TV series are becoming more interesting. If you haven't seen Doom Patrol, you can understand. I mean, we've got zombie weirbuts, Nazis, Nazi puppets. The entire town disappears up the arse of a donkey in the 2nd episode. Yeah, it's kind of fun. So yeah, and that's a lot of CGI, but it's easy on the imagination. It makes sense. It's well written. When things are well written, it's fun. So, but yeah, I don't know. Acting with tennis balls is not the most fun thing to do, but if it's something you're really into, you'll sort of, if it's a story you really want to tell, you do whatever it is that you need to get that story told. Doesn't matter, how it's done. There you go.
Thank you.
Almost answered this question. This is the most questions I've ever answered in my life. I usually ignore everybody. Go do my own stuff.
I haven't asked any yet, so
Yeah,
I'm just
no.
getting to sit back and relax. It's great.
Yeah, you're good. Something to do. How you doing?
That's grand. I was giving you the time up there. Just on all the shows.
Jeez, I was getting flashes of Colin Meaney for a minute.
I wish it was that good.
Oh, well.
No, but all the shows you've done throughout the years and all that, if you got a one-off chance to do a collaboration, be, say, improv or something, which cast would you like to do?
No idea, man. But I never say that stuff because, like, I'm always doing something and I don't ever want to spoil the fact that I could be doing anything. So you never know. No. If I really, really like it, sometimes it manifests itself and it happens, Last time somebody was asking me, like, oh, would you ever do Doctor Who? And I'm like going, yeah, I had a ticket in my pocket to fly to London to go to Cardiff. So you kind of got to keep things a little on the down low. You know what I mean? But I do surprise you lot every now and then, don't I? I show up and stuff. Oh, there he is again. What do you want?
Are you still in contact with Misha?
Yeah, I see him all the time. We do a lot of conventions. I love Misha. I pretend I hate him because it's easy. But there's a man who builds hospitals and schools and gets refugees out of foreign countries and does extraordinary things with his life. So he's a pretty easy man to love. So yeah, I talk to him a lot. He's a good guy. I hate Castiel, though. I mean, Castiel's a complete waste of space. Bloody useless. 15 years is no smarter than when he started. It's really sad. What do you want?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm good. I'm grand. How are you?
If there was a fight between Crowley and Crowley from Good Omens, who would win?
Why are you writing fan fiction for me? It doesn't matter what I think. That's yours. That's your imagination. I got into an interesting conversation with Gaiman about me doing next Good Omens, but we did it publicly, unfortunately, and everyone went nuts. So we've been wanting to do something together for a long time. I'm a big fan of Neil Gaiman. So, and I'm pretty sure that my esteemed creator for Supernatural was reading Good Omens when he decided to pick Crowley as a name. And they'd already had Alistair, so Crowley was a logical thing. But Crowley's mine. I did that for 8 years. I've done it longer. Did more episodes. A fight between them. That's terrible. It's a terrible idea. Who do you think would win?
Not sure.
There you go.
So after you finished when you finished as Crowley, did you get to keep any Crowley like suits or like any?
They were my suits. That was my tailor.
But like, did you get to keep like anything like? Did you get to like nick stuff off the set?
Nick stuff off the set. I was given stuff off the set. I didn't nick stuff. Warner Brothers would be like, "Give us that back." Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I mean, I have my original tie and my original stuff. It's kind of fun, but yeah, I mean, it's like. Let's put it this way. When my wife gave birth to my daughter, I wasn't sitting there filming it. I was actually in the room enjoying it. So, the props don't mean as much to me as the fact that I was actually there for that period of time, there are some things over the years that I've been given, like Ron Moore bought me my Romo glasses from Battlestar and in the auction and just sent them to me, which is rather cool because I wouldn't have had them otherwise. But yeah, I mean, things not quite as important as memories. You know what I mean?
Yeah, get you.
It's a way to do it.
Cool.
Appreciate it. I actually brought hell with me, apparently. Oh, yeah. If you're robbing the place, you're late.
Good afternoon.
Hiya.
I'm Tom. I hope you don't mind me calling you Mark.
You call me whatever you want.
Perfect.
I might not answer you.
I have no questions.
Okay.
All I'm going to say to you is that I've seen you in a multitude of programs and films over the years.
Are you following me?
Yeah, and all I want to do is wish you good health. I heard about what happened at Duncan's personal thing.
I love the fact everybody whispers about it.
Yeah.
I died 5 times over a weekend.
Yeah. I know. Listen, you were talking there about jokes. My brother went through the same thing, so I understand where I come in. He came through it. and he had,
He had what?
He had surgery.
He did.
Yeah, he did. His heart stopped as well. He was lucky enough the ambulance got there in time, brought him to the hospital, then brought him to a cardiac hospital. And he got into the cath lab, sorted in Operation Straight. But I don't want to get too much into what I'm going to say to you is I just wish you good health into the future.
I appreciate
And
that. Thank you.
A long life.
There you
because
go.
your imagination that you bring to the screen, most definitely compared to some of the shit that we have to watch on, and it's, as you said, it's the money trail, right? Okay. But that being set aside, all I really want to say is have a long fucking life.
Fair play to you. Thank you,
Okay.
man. I
Fair play,
appreciate
man.
it.
Yeah.
Fair play.
All right. Well, just to sort of head off the fun, the elephant in the room. I do not have heart disease. I do not have an ongoing heart issue. The only thing that I'm at risk of is apparently sudden cardiac death, which is kind of fun, really. There's nothing else I'm worried about. Heredity is a very interesting thing. My father and his father all had relative cholesterol problems. So if you think about it, what you eat is about 20% of your cholesterol issues. You can modify, but only about 20% of it. 80% of it is hereditary. It's how your body processes it and how your body does it. And in my family, unfortunately, mine creates a blockage. And I just had skin cancer surgery. And then I had to have an abdominoplasty to take care of the 8-inch gash in the middle of my belly that had completely distorted my body. So I lost a bunch of weight and got really healthy. About 3 months took me to get really healthy, and then had an abdominoplasty. So I was able to move a Frankenstein scar from here into my bikini line, as they say. And so I'd done that. I was a week into that, and I was about to get the drains taken out that I was from the surgery that I'd had. And my buddy was supposed to take me down because my wife had just had back surgery. This is a real fun couple of months for us all. And I didn't feel good. And I had Thursday, I had a little something in my jaw, but I thought it was the drugs because I'm sober 34 years. So I thought it was the drugs I was taking for the abdominoplasty. I was taking Norco, which is a really strong opioid. And I didn't like it. And I was being really, really careful with it and stuff. And I was getting spit in my mouth. And I was like, oh, this is weird. It went away on the Thursday. And on the Friday, it came back. And my mate was supposed to drive me down to Beverly Hills, 10 minutes away or so. And I was like, no, I don't feel up to it. Hold on, I've got to be a little careful here. This is not good. And it was so bad that I was actually at my kitchen island, and my sink was about 4 feet away, and I was spitting on the kitchen island because I needed to work out what was going on. And the next thing I knew, I went down like a ton of bricks. I knew I was going down, so I went down, came to, cold, very cold, soaked. And I still had, the bandages on, the elastic bandages on from having the abdominoplasty and the drains I got up. And I'd obviously pissed myself. I was like, this kind of sucks. So I sat up. My wife's on the phone to 911. I think he's had a drug reaction. We can't tell what's going on. So I said, well, if I'm going to hospital, I need new underwear, sweatpants, and some socks. So they bring me some. Everyone's looking at me going, Jesus, what's going on? So I crawled around into the pantry. I get a pair of underwear, pair of sweatpants, and a sock. I'm like, this isn't working very well. Crawl back out to the kitchen, sit up against the stove. I'm like, ooh, this isn't good. Out I go. Next thing I know, there's an EMT looking at my face. I'm flat on my back, looking at my face. Like, he's back. They just paddled me awake. So I had 100% blockage in my Widowmaker artery, the LAD. 100%, not 90, not. So the statistical possibilities of me being alive were, well, very close to zero. I looked at this man in the face and I said, excuse my language, if there's any kids here, put your fingers in your ear. I said, motherfucker, don't let me die. I was coherent and I was loud between each event that subsequently happened, which is kind of shocking for the medical staff that were there. And he didn't say what I wanted him to say. He really didn't. He said, don't let me die. And he said, I'll do the best I can, which is not a good sign. You really wanted to say, I've got you. Don't worry about it. This will be good. But that's not what happened. So I went out 2 more times, which I was very clearly aware of the fact that I was going to die. My brain said, just breathe out, you're done. And I was like, fuck that, I'm not doing this. Got very, very mad and fought every step of the way. The more I fought, the more they fought with me. They got me in the ambulance, 2 events in the ambulance, 1 event in the parking lot, got in there, got on the operating table. I stop everybody. I'm like, hold on. I know what the name of my autobiography is going to be. For life, and I'd like to go home. And they said, we'll do the best we can. And that's all I got. So 8 minutes after I hit the code blue room, I was in surgery. They drilled through, cut the blockage, put a stent in. I have a tiny little dot on my wrist. That's where they went in. Magic. Statistically impossible. That was Friday. They sent me home on Sunday. I was like, I put the stuff out on Instagram. I said the bits I said. I was like, damn, I dodged a bullet. I'm actually healthier than I was when I went in. Very much so. My heart had probably been functioning at 50% for about 5 or 6 years, right? So Sunday, I'm home. People calling me, like, you're alive. I'm like, yes, I am. I felt a little lightheaded, just like I've been sniffing gasoline or something, back to the old days. It's like, that's a bit odd. My kids are like, you go in the hospital? I said, oh, just calm down. I said, I'm feeling anything, I'm okay. And then an hour later, I felt a little bit more woozy. Put my feet up, and apparently I blacked out. My wife pulled my tongue out my throat. My 8-year-old's watching. My 18-year-old's screaming in my face. I come out of that going like, stop shouting at me. The same EMTs come. They're like, we saw the address. We didn't even know you went home. So we came to get you. They check me. They don't think about a heart attack. So they take me back to the hospital. And it becomes this massive love fest of, Crowley, still alive. No, you can't kill the king of hell. Blah, 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 blah. Do you remember what happened? Yeah. Do you remember what you said? Yeah, of course I remember what I said. Because I remember he hit every pothole from here to Burbank. Blah, 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 blah. So it was all a big, beautiful love fest. They put a liter of fluids in me. And I was like, oh, cool. My kids went off, went to get me some food. I waited, they put me up in a room, not ICU, but they put me up in a room. So I'm up in a room, turn the TV on, 6 o'clock, Columbo comes on. I'm like, cool. All right, hold on. Oh shit, hit a button, said, help me. That's the last thing I remember. Had a massive electrical heart attack. So my kids are coming out of the elevator, my 24-year-old and my 18-year-old coming out of the elevator with sushi for me, and they hear code blue, crash carts, screaming, shouting. Oh, some poor fucker's dying. And they're like, oh, it's dad. And so they watch him four girls beat the living shit out of my rib cage, which was great. One of them cracked my sternum, which was funny. And then paddling me 4 times trying to get rid of him. So it wasn't good. So I came to immediately. I'm going, am I still in the same room? They're like, Jesus, he's still talking. So I look at the guy. I said, who broke my ribs? And the girl's like, yeah. I said, nice job. I said, thanks. I'm sure it was necessary. And as they're wheeling me towards ICU, I'm like, oh, for God's sake, can I just have a day where I don't piss on myself? And the woman looks at me and goes, or everybody else. I'm like, oh, God. She goes, because the liter of fluids they give me, every time they were compressing my chest, I was pissing 6 feet in the air. The ignominy. That was the worst night of my life. That night, I didn't want to go to sleep. That night was scary. That night was different. Because I dodged the bullet, I got the physical thing out of the way, and now my heart's going to let me down. So it took me a couple of days, had a lot of great conversations with a lot of very important people, and I made a decision. And I now have an installed defibrillator in my chest. So I have a device right there. So if I spark out, 8 seconds later, that wakes me up. So I have a chubby little mall cop with a taser in there going, fuck you. So that's, that's the adventures of Mark Sheppard in the land of heart issues. I have no heart disease. If you know anything about hearts, I have an ejection flow of 55%, which is ridiculous for a man of 60 after a heart attack. 70, I'd be a marathon runner. So I'm healthy. I'm really healthy. I'm better off than I was before I started. Mentally, it's a little difficult. It's an odd thing to survive when you don't know and you lose the power to make choices and you start going, I'm not done. I really don't want to be done. I've got things to do. So I got mad, and all I know is the more I fought, the more they fought with me. And I got the best out of everybody you can possibly imagine. I was treated with unbelievable dignity and respect, and I got the best out of every medical person I could work with. They were fucking fantastic. And, you know, that's my story. And now it's like, be careful with yourself. And I'm like, no, now it's time to go live life and be what I need to be and enjoy doing what I'm doing, enjoy my kids and stuff. But it's not careful now, you know, it's, yeah. Did you ever see the photograph of the two Irish boys in Thailand? There was literally a riot squad in Thailand, all about 5 feet tall, in Thailand, and there's two boys with the signs, careful now. I'm like, they're going to get killed. Just for a joke, they're going to get killed. It's my favorite photograph. I'm like, oh God, they're going to get battered. But, so yeah, so I'm not at risk, you know, in that context, I'm not at risk. It's not like, you know, there's so many things could have happened. So many things didn't happen. And I'm a lucky boy, so I take the win. Unfortunately, I meant I've had to sell all my motorcycles. I'm not allowed to be within 24 inches of a running motor. And it's kind of fun going through customs. Like not walking through that. All right. So I have a medical card and fun stuff. But I'm actually fitter and healthy. And I'm, 3 stone lighter than I was last year. So it's good, man.
Yeah,
so if any of you have any heart disease in your family, please go get checked, because that didn't show up. That didn't show up when I had the tests before I had the surgery. It didn't show up in EKGs, didn't show up in any of that stuff. It was a blockage.
My brother had a sledgehammer in his hand, putting a hole through a wall, when he literally dropped. Heart stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guys beside them were looking up, did CPR on him.
Yeah.
Ambulance got there, as I said, went to the local hospital, straight up to the cardiac, because they couldn't handle it. And massive blockage from the stent as well.
Yeah, if I'd have got into the car with my buddy, I wouldn't be here. If any of those things that happened, I wouldn't be here. So it's a boring story, but it's a wonderful thing. Few months? They kicked me out on Sunday. I was out on the following Wednesday. I must try that. No, I know, I'm joking, I know. They're literally looking at me going, you'll be off the pills in 2 months, blah, blah, blah. I've never been fitter. It's ridiculous. The fact that I lost the weight probably helped so much as well. So what do you need to know?
I survived a cardiac arrest also and have a defibrillator as well.
Congratulations, we're buddies.
Yeah, but I just wanted to know, did you have a spiritual experience after yours? I did with mine.
Listen, I'm sober 34 years. Everything in my life is a spiritual experience.
See anything or feel anything?
Well, there's a drug that your body produces, DMT, and it's pretty much like dropping acid, and it manufactures a certain thing. I remember the last time I dropped acid was in Sweden in 1982, and all that happened to me was I walked from the South Island of Stockholm to the North Island of Stockholm, 3 feet in the air. So the floating above thing is very normal for the drug that your body produces, and lights and all that stuff is because you're usually in a situation where there's lights, and your body is actually, your brain is trying to help your body at that point. But, you know, my life is a series of fun miracles. You know, I have children and work and all those things, and nothing surprises me. You know, I'm sure there was, you know, I think I could see, you know, the streets of San Francisco was probably an episode I was watching a couple of days before or something. And I was like, oh, fuck that. I'm not interested. I'm not done. You know, I fought to stay up. Life is a spiritual experience if you allow it to be. You know what I'm saying? How long's your battery life on your?
I have a year left.
When did you have it put in?
2012.
That's not bad. I've got 13 and a half years on this one. It's a new one. So
yeah.
This one you can do MRIs with and all sorts of stuff.
This one you can't.
No, this one you can't. Nah.
I'm old school.
Yeah, you're doing grand. The new one they'll put in.
I know. Yeah.
You'll be grand with that. Yeah. How can I help you? I know you want to end soon.
Yeah. Hope you're well. Was it surreal having your father play an older version of you in Doctor
Why would that
Who?
be surreal? It saved me having to go and do prosthetics. I said, why don't you just ask my dad? He's like, will he do it? I said, of course he'll do it. I didn't know how to ask him. He's like, is Doctor Who all like still bits of string and cardboard and
Pretty
no,
much,
it's really
yeah.
good. So I sent him fish fingers and custard and all the stuff from their forwards, and he was like, God, this boy's really good. He had a blast doing it. He had a great time doing it. But it was a lot of fun. You've been waiting. What do you need?
Oh, one more question.
No.
Your father also did the narration for Civilization 5.
Yeah.
Would you also consider doing the narration?
Well, he already did it. Why would I do the narration for Civilization 5?
Well, for another Civilization game in the future.
They ask me, I usually decide whether I want to do things or not. You never know.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Games, yeah.
What do you need?
When you were telling the same story on Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum, you had Michael touch the area where how much convincing did that take? Because he seemed really reluctant at first.
No, he just didn't want to hurt me. It's genuinely what it is you're like, is this something weird? And he's like, no, it's a fucking brick. He's like, it's good. But we need to end up. Do we need to finish doing what we're doing? We're doing good? Okay, because you kept looking like something was good. Come on.
Please don't play in Good
Jesus Christ.
Omens.
What?
Please don't play in Good Omens.
Why?
It's awful.
Well, you're making friends. That's a good thing.
Controversial.
Go on.
Hiya, I have a question. So I remember you, well, first from Firefly and then
It's not a
Battlestar
question.
Galactica. Yeah. So you're playing a villain and someone hands you an apple.
Never
How
played
do you eat it?
Never played a villain, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Never played a villain, never will. Might have people with slightly different moral compasses to yours, but
Yeah. Okay.
never played a villain.
So then you play a person with a different moral compass and someone hands you an apple. How do you eat it?
It's out of context.
It is.
Are we going to get into ducks and horses again after this?
Nah. Okay.
Does anyone else want to ask a question before I actually ask one myself? Oh, we have.
Uh-oh.
Hi, my name's Dominic. I do design for film in college, and I do a lot of different stuff, prop making, costume design, blah, blah, blah. And I'm also interested in doing acting. And as you're an amazing actor, I gotta ask, like, how did you get into acting? Like, do you have any message to send about starting in acting?
There was an amazing, there was an actor called Richard Burton, Sir Richard Burton, and a young Welsh actor asked him, Mr. Burton, how do you do the acting? Which I thought was a really brilliant question. And he took pity on him and he said, it's easy, son. What you do is you give the other actor your whole heart. And if he doesn't give it you back, you kick the shit out of him. So, I don't know. If it's something you have to do, it's something you have to do. If you have to jump the highest, pole vault, then something you have to do, then you work out how to do it and you do the best you can.
Yeah.
It's not something, it's Thursday, I'll do some acting. If you have to do it, you'll do it. It's the telling of stories. It's what it is. It doesn't matter to me whether it's music. It doesn't matter to me whether it's art. It doesn't matter what it is. It's the telling of stories.
Did you ever try to do some short films with your friends? I know that I did.
I don't have any friends. No. Yeah, but I don't have a lot of time to do short films. But you just do what you do. I did theater and I won some awards, and did films and they won awards, and that's sort of what you do. And I sort of got used to killing people on American television. It's kind of fun. And here I am. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering.
Stop wondering. You've arrived.
Fantastic.
There you go.
My question is, you as Badger in Firefly.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, was that as much fun? Let's say as doing Supernatural, or
it was all right. I mean,
how was I like pranking between casts, or was there any of that going on?
Joss wrote the role for himself, and he's a shit actor, so they wouldn't let him do it. So I didn't know that until about 8 hours into this scene. But yeah, it was kind of interesting that way. But it was a weird time for television, because it would have gone on a lot longer. It was a show that would have definitely gone, if it had been on HBO or it had been on Netflix or it had been whatever, it would have been a totally different scenario. It was a lot of fun. You know, I still see members of the cast all the time. Tudyk's in Doom Patrol, so he's kind of cool in that. Yeah, I mean, I've been lucky to do things that have some impact. It's kind of amazing. It's a little show that wouldn't go away. You know, and Supernatural was a little show that wouldn't go away for 15 years. I think the reason why it's so successful is that Warner's had managed to sell it to terrestrial television all over the world. So it wasn't shown on cable, or you didn't have to get it on DVD. You could actually see it on terrestrial TV in Brazil and India and everywhere else. So the fan base is so huge for Supernatural. It's kind of crazy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What do you want?
Hello. It's a bit of a stupid question. Fuck, marry, kill.
No,
Jensen,
we don't do that.
Go on.
Never.
Then who
Write
was
your own fan fiction.
Fine. Then who was your favorite, like bad guy, like Abaddon, Lucifer?
Bad guys?
Yeah. Well, other things with different moral compasses.
Me.
Apart from you.
If they'd all just listened to me, it would have been a much more fun place to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. I look at it as a whole, not a little bits and stuff. I mean, you think about it, you're doing it week in, week out for the better part of a decade. It's a long time. There was lots of ups and downs and fun and stupidity. I mean, it doesn't make any sense that Crowley has a mother. It never has made sense because that's Fergus MacLeod and he's a 4'6" Scottish crofter. It's not me. But I thought Ruth was fantastic.
Oh, she's deadly.
Yeah, she's lovely. All 4'11" of her. And she's a lot younger than me, playing my mother. I think that's always been really funny. She thought she was coming into it to play my love interest. Now that would have been interesting. If she'd have played my ex-wife, that would have been fucking brilliant. That would have gone on for years. That would have been really good. But yeah, you have to write your own fan fiction. That's the rules.
Thanks.
What do you want to know?
Well, we're out of time, really, but
there you go. Well, thank you very much.
I actually I let them do what they want to do with all your
That's
roles.
good of
I
you.
want to know about 2 particular guitars you have.
Well, you all remember the Halfpenny Bridge, right? Right. Okay. Well, you know the history of the Halfpenny Bridge. You know, it was the Wellington Bridge and blah, 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 right? But back in the day when we were all in bands, we used to cross the Halfpenny Bridge to go to Temple Bar and get 3 or 4 of the rehearsal places were all on that side, you know, and Phil Lynott did a video on the bridge. Was it This Old Town? Yeah. And it was a part of our history. The trouble was, back in those days, I don't think more than 800 people a day went across it. And so they decided they need to cut it down, send it up to Harland and Wolff and make it out of steel or whatever at the bottom of it. And so the wood that came off the Halfpenny Bridge got sort of distributed all over the place. People put it up in pubs and stuff. And the rest of it was sitting up at Harland and Wolff in Belfast. And the Wood Whisperer for Fender guitars happened to be up there because he wanted to go visit Harland and Wolff. And he was like, "What's that?" And they're like, "Well, that's the wood from the Halfpenny Bridge." It was like a sofa's worth of wood left. And so he bought it and shipped it back. And they were going to make the Edge deluxe cabinets out of it. And John Cruz, who's a massive Thin Lizzy fan and is like the most famous luthier at Fender, guitar builder at Fender, said, "Fuck that, I'm building guitars." It's like, you know, Rory Gallagher was on that bridge. Everybody was on that fucking bridge. That was the bridge, you know, everybody used that bridge. And so he built 2 guitars in 17 out of the Halfpenny Bridge wood. And I saw him the day after they were at NAMM, and I'm in Fender endorsee. So I was like, I talked to the head of Fender. I was like, I want one. I walked over that bridge. My dad walked over that bridge. His dad walked over that bridge. His dad walked over that bridge. He's like, "You can't have it. They're like 50 deep in orders. He might make 10 of them. He might make 20 of them. Who knows what he's going to do." And anyway, they secretly did a deal behind my back, and my wife got me the first telly for that. So I have a telly from that. It took 18 months to get John to build it, but 205 or 206-year-old pine. Great guitar, beautiful guitar. And then they secretly got me the Strat that goes with it. So even the Edge doesn't have the fucking Strat. I've got the only pair. So I'm the only person in the world that has 2 guitars made by Fender out of the Halfpenny Bridge. I'm like very proud of that. They've got Halfpennies in the bottom as well, which is really weird. But But yeah, it always reminds me. My dad knew before he passed that I had it, so it was like a lot of fun for him too. But they're pretty cool. As you're trudging over that thing, remember it used to go doom, doom, doom. Not didn't sound like metal. Yeah. What else?
No. Well, I've one thing to say to you, because obviously we're all very happy that you're here. Obviously, because your issues that you've had.
He's just amazed I'm alive. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been asked by a good friend of mine who's sitting in the front row. I won't point. I won't point.
Point.
First. That woman there.
Where?
That woman right there.
Right. What do you want?
Yeah. Do you want to say it?
You
No,
ask
don't
it.
Say
Don't have him ask it. What did you inform him of?
She informed me to say, you can't break the heart of a heartbreaker.
Oh, that's sweet. I love that. Listen, it's amazing to be back. You know, even though I was born in London, most of my family's from here, and I've always thought of this as home. Of course, I skipped coming home for 30 years. And when I came back, it was a lot different than I expected it to be. But I do love being here very, very much so. I'm very grateful for having the opportunity to come here and see you guys. And there's a lot of weird stuff, like a lot of Light a Big Fire stuff showing up. And I'm like, Jesus, that's what I looked like in 1985. But it means a lot to me. And this is a really rough time for a lot of people. This is a really hard time for a lot of people. And as I said, you know, this is a really safe space for many, many people to be at. Conventions are really, really good places for people to see each other. It's the best place in the world. You can have a panic attack. You can have 50 people helping you, whether you like it or not, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're you're less likely to be judged apart from how good your costume is. But it's an important thing. Please remember, if you're struggling right now, if you're having a hard time right now, there's a lot going on in the world. But if you're struggling with mental health problems, you're struggling with that, you're not alone. Is there anybody here who has diagnosed mental health problems? Look around you. Embarrassing, you lying bastards. I know there's many more of you. But the truth is, you're not alone, right? And that's the bottom line. You're not going to find this in a bus station. So look around you. If you're struggling, talk about it. There's nothing worse than keeping this stuff secret. It's dangerous. It's really dangerous to isolate and be alone. So if you're struggling, put your hand out and ask. And if you see somebody suffering, please put your hand out and ask. I wouldn't be here without help. Not just this time, but all the other times in my life. I'm sober a long time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm grateful to all of you. It's lovely to see you. It makes me happy. I'll travel anywhere in the world where people want to see me. I love you all. My life would not be the same without you. Don't ever forget that. We are grateful for doing that. And we're grateful to be here. Love you all. Thank you for indulging me. Have a wonderful Mother's Day. That's right, it's Mother's Day today, isn't it? Why are you not hanging out with your mothers? What's going on here? Jesus, trying to get out of the house. Terrible. But I'm sending you lots and lots of love to you and yours. And from me and mine, thank you. It's been a fantastic life thus far. And there's much more left to do. Love you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Sheppard!
Testing, testing. Hi guys, welcome to my presentation today. Welcome to Dublin Comic-Con. Thanks so much for coming. I will be doing a presentation today on Baldur's Gate, and it is called Baldur's Date, a cinematic perspective on the romance in Baldur's Gate 3. So, a quick little synopsis on what I'm going to be speaking about today. We're going to do a little introduction on myself and on the studio. Talk about Larian Cinematics. What is it we actually do? What is our role? Then move on to storytelling through romance. So obviously this is a really important part of romance and part of the reason why it's so important for people as well when they're playing the game. Then I will do a bit of an in-depth dive to one companion's romance scene. And then how do we gamify it? So obviously Baldur's Gate 3 is a very non-linear and reactive game. So how do we up our cinematics to work for a game that size and scale as well? So a little bit on myself, a little character profile, if you will. My name is Ellen Grant, and I was born and bred in Dublin, Ireland, so I am an Irish game dev. I went to Ballyfermot College originally. I graduated from there in 2018, and I studied animation originally. I started in Larian Studios around 2019, so I'll do a little evolution. If I was in Baldur's Gate, I guess I'd be a little barbarian dwarf. And since then, I've worked there for 5 years, and I am now a lead cinematic artist in the studio. So, Studio Dublin. Originally, Larian Studios is based out of Ghent in Belgium, but we have 6 studios across the world, and you can see our little logos down in the bottom left. So we have Ghent, Belgium. We also have Quebec in Canada, Dublin, Ireland. Then we also have Guildford in the UK, Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, and then Barcelona in Spain as well. So a lot of people today have been kind of intrigued and didn't know that Larian worked in Ireland. So yes, we do work here. We're located in Portobello in town and just off of Camden Street. And we have a team size of about 60 people. So that's out of about 450 people worldwide. 60 of them are based here. We have many different roles in the studio, but our main sort of thing that we focus on in the Dublin studio is we are the hub of storytelling. So that means we have a lot of writers, scripters, and of course the cinematics team as well. So there are other roles in the studio, but I would say that that's kind of the main stuff that happens in Studio Dublin. So Baldur's Gate 3. Has anyone here played Baldur's Gate out of curiosity? Yay! Okay, quite a lot of people. That's great to see. I'll give a little synopsis of Baldur's Gate just in case you haven't played it. But obviously, this has been a huge undertaking for us, and it has done exceptionally well in the last year. It's really great to see so many people playing it here as well. So thank you guys for enjoying the game. So it is a top-down, turn-based, party-based RPG. It's a fantasy role-playing game, and it's based in the Dungeons & Dragons universe. It was in production for around 6 years altogether, so a game this size is obviously quite a big feat. This is normal for a game that has hundreds of hours of content, and we originally did early access in November of 2020. So we released it out to the public. People were able to play it, give some opinions and feedback to us, and then we finally released the full game in 2023. It was released on PC in August of last year, then PlayStation 5 and Mac in September, Xbox in December, and it has just been overwhelming, the response to it. But yeah, we are on many different consoles, so if you haven't played it, I highly recommend you pick it up sometime. Then in terms of cinematics, there are 174 hours of cinematics in the game. Now, when we initially released this amount, people were kind of thinking, holy crap, am I going to sit through 174 hours of cinematics in one sit through? Definitely not the case. It's a very non-linear game, and depending on the choices you make and the paths you go down, it's going to change and adjust. So you'll never get all of that in one sitting, but it does prove just how important cinematics is to the gameplay. It's a huge part of the game. It's all about story at the end of the day and how you want to play. So yeah, cinematics was definitely a very important part to that. So what is the cinematics team at Larian? I put it in quotation marks here just because The next slide, you're going to see a lot of lovely faces. They're not all technically the cinematics team, but they all help create the final end product that is the cinematics. So just a couple of the teams that I have up here. We have cinematics, cinematic animators, our great production team, storyboarding, mocap. If you go further up the chain, you have our amazing writers and scripters who write the scenes and make sure that they play properly in the game. And then further downstream, you have tech anim who make the rigs and the face effects and all that work in the game. And then you also have VFX and SFX towards the end and music. So it's a huge team, and this is not even all of Larian. You could say that every part of Larian is somewhat interconnected, but I just added these guys here. I'm very small up there in the top right, left. I can't tell right from left, top left corner, but ultimately this is a huge undertaking. So just a big congratulations to all the devs who worked on this game. So thank you guys. So what do cinematics actually do? Well, I kind of like to think of it as this guy playing with this car and lighting things on fire, but we work on the in-game dialogues and cutscenes. We stage the characters, so we position them spatially in the world, and we control all of the camera work. So we're like mini directors of sorts. We are cinematographers within the gaming world as well. We work with all of the amazing voice acting that comes from the UK in a company called Pitstop. And of course, Devora and Theo are here. If you want to go and talk to them, they did Lazel and Will's voice acting. So we work with all of their those assets. And we also work with custom in-house animations that were made by our own animation team as well. We put them into the scene, we make the characters act, and we also make them emote. So all of the facial expressions you see on the scene, on their faces as well, is done by the cinematic artists. Yeah, so we work closely with writers, scripters, animators, all of those people you saw on the last slide, and we create the cinematics in the game. So, this is, oh, well, I will continue on anyway. I want to talk about romance during this conversation, obviously. So, a lot of people ask, why is romance such a big thing in Baldur's Gate 3? Why do so many people care about this in the game? I just want to say that, oh, actually, what was meant to be said before this slide is spoilers. There will be some things discussed in this presentation about what happens in BG3. Nothing too intense, but just so you're aware, if you want to play the game, I will be talking about some stuff. There is no nudity or anything like that, even though we're talking about romance. Just it's slightly PG-13. There's nothing like that going to be shown on screen. So yeah, why is it important? So Faerun is the area that Baldur's Gate 3 is set in, and our game is all about agency at the end of the day. So what do you want to do with your player? What story are you trying to tell, and what choices are you going to make with your character? And because it's all about choice that you make, but it's also about the amazing characters that you meet along the way. So it expands on the companions' stories and their narrative themes within the romance as well. Our writers did an amazing job working with these different companion characters, so we want to make sure that we show off what they did. So we want the companions to feel like real people. You can have a variety of different relationships with people in the real world and with these companions. You can fight them, you can kill them if you really want to in the game, that's a choice. But you can also go down the opposite end of the spectrum and have very nice relationships with them too. But they are still secretly judging you at all times, so you often see this little Shadowheart approves, Lazel disapproves in the top left corner of your screen. And that means that they are, still taking what you do into action. So they have their own morals, they have their own values, and depending on what you do in the game, they might not be into you. And unfortunately, that's just how it goes in the real world as well. So we take that into account in the game. But ultimately, it's all coming back to connections and intimacy with these characters. All right, so our companions. We have 6 unique companions that you can play as origin characters, and I'll be focusing on them today, mainly because they have the most romance content in the game. They all have their own unique story as well, and we must cater the romance scenes to that character. So we have Asterion, our high elf rogue vampire spawn. We have Lazel, our Githyanki fighter who is devoted to Vlaakith. We have Gale, the human wizard who has ties to the goddess of magic, Mistra. There's Shadowheart, our half-elf cleric, who is a follower of Shar. Then there is Will, who is a human warlock who has made a pact with a devil to gain his amazing powers. And then there is Karlak, the tiefling barbarian, who has an infernal engine for a heart. So now, we have to explore the themes of romance, of course. So we deal with consent and opening up to other people, coming to terms with your past and feeling comfortable enough to share that with others, recovering from traumatic previous relationships and being accepted for oneself instead of what powers you might have, trusting others enough to show vulnerability and ask for help, breaking down walls of blind devotion and seeing beauty in all things, and then craving physical and emotional intimacy after years of loneliness. So as much as I would like to go in depth on every single one of these characters, I would need many, many hours to do so. And I mainly worked on one character, so I'll be taking a look at romance through that perspective. And that's without even mentioning all of the other romance scenes we have in the game. If you don't know what these are, play Baldur's Gate 3 and you will understand what I'm talking about. So I will focus on our tiefling barbarian, Karlak. So let me throw these little horns on and channel her. So I'll call this section Infernal Attraction. Karlak's story, to briefly break it down, she is a tiefling barbarian and she has escaped the blood war in Avernus. She has an infernal engine for a heart, and this makes her burn uncontrollably. So now that she's out of Avernus, she was able to temp control herself while she was there, but now that she's out in Faerun, she can no longer do that. So she's very fiery for sure. She's scarred both physically and mentally. They did an amazing job with her character art. I think everyone can agree. She has these scars all over her body. But because of what she went through, she also has a lot of mental scars as well. So that's going to come up in her romance. One of her personal goals is to control her fire enough to achieve touch, because obviously she doesn't want to hurt the people that she loves. So she has to find a way to manage this fire. And despite these hard exteriors, she is an absolute softie of a character. It's something that I really, really like about her character. She is highly physical, so if she can get to the point of being able to give physical contact, she will be all about that. And she is very sweet and soft as well. So despite the fact that she's obviously a very physical character, barbarian, strong, she's really soft and sweet, and I know a lot of people really love that about her character. So, Burn Baby. She is clearly very fiery, so her story revolves around fire, and we wanted to make sure that that was kind of incorporated into her romance as well. So I kind of like to think that you stoke her with love like a fire. I kind of compare her to Calcifer from Howl's Moving Castle. So, you know, he kind of changes depending on how much wood you give him. If he gets a little bit weak, he grows smaller and so on and so forth. So I liked the idea of bringing that into Karlak's story as well. So we want to show nuance to her romance. We can't just show one big burning romance flame for the entire time. We're going to break it up a little bit. So Cinders, the new romance, the fear and the butterflies. Fear is quite a big thing with Karlak because she's so afraid of hurting others. So at the start of her romance, we had to make sure that that was very apparent. Then we have the flames, the explorative and exciting times. So when you finally do get the chance to romance Karlak and like explore each other, that's the kind of midsection. And then finally, we have the Inferno stage, the intense, passionate love. So there's levels to her romance, very nuanced. That was important to show. So let's get into some of the stuff that we worked on. The animations. We work closely with Pitstop in the UK. The voice actors do all of the voice recording there, and they're done up in their mocap suits. So they record all of their actions while they're doing their voice acting, of course. So we get that into the engine, and we use that with a combination of animations made by our in-house animators. So anything that you see that involves kind of two people contacting each other, touching each other, is usually recorded by our in-house animators. And we always have an intimacy coordinator on set as well. So that's to make sure that the actors feel comfortable doing all of the things. We always want to make sure that our actors feel safe and comfortable. And it also really makes the animations and the actions feel quite natural because it was two people acting it out on set. Now with Karlak, we really put an emphasis on touch and the lingering moments. So you'll see on the left there, the first time she ever really gets to be intimate with a person, she has these very lingering moments touching their body. She has not had any sort of touch for years at this stage. So it was really important that we showed that how important that is to her. But when we were discussing Karlak's romance as well with Sarah Bayless, the writer, we wanted to show, you know, you can have romance that has these kind of like sexual undertones, but we also wanted to show a different side of romance. So if you didn't want to do that sort of thing, what sort of actions would you do? If you wanted to just lie in bed with one of your companions and share a really sweet moment, that's an option too. So we had a lot of like forehead touches, kisses on the cheeks, that sort of thing, to convey that other side of romance if you didn't want to go down something like that, the left side. Now, in terms of cameras and editing, a huge part of the cinematics job, we have a lot of focus on the actions. We have all these amazing animations that have come into the engine. We really want to make sure that we're showing them on screen. So you can see with the GIF on the left, they hold hands with each other. We want to make sure that we're focusing in on that as these kind of make it feel even more intimate. We also have close-up shots to emphasize the expressions. Now, on the right, you'll see one of the new kisses that came out with patch 6. So as the characters are kissing each other, the camera starts further away, and then we gradually bring the camera in closer, 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 until you're kind of right next to the characters' faces. And again, this helps you feel like you're a part of the scene, helps it feel more intimate, and I think it just gives off a very cute feeling as well. And then for camera movements, so when you're editing cameras and you're doing your pacing, for high action scenes, you're always going to want to make sure that those cameras are fast moving and there's a lot of cuts in between cameras. But particularly with Karlak's romance, I used very, for a couple of the scenes, used very slow, meaningful camera movements. So you don't want to take away the attention from the animations and the actions. You want to highlight them at all times. So using slow cameras so that you can focus on those areas is really important too. Now, emotions, one of my favorite parts. It helps convey the drama of the scene as well. Humans are absolutely tailored to look towards faces at all times. We look at them when we talk to each other. So it's really important that we make sure the faces look quite realistic. The tech animators did an amazing job rigging the faces. So you can see when they smile, you have creases at the sides of the eyes and the actual skin folds up as well. They did a fantastic job, and it really helps the game feel alive, I think. They were hand placed by the cinematic artists as well. So I've seen a couple of people online think that we kind of mocapped, we recorded the facial animations of the actors. And while we did have reference to them, 90% of the animations for the face in game are hand placed by the cinematic artist. So we spent a lot of time doing them. I know certain people have mirrors at their desks and they're acting out what facial expressions would you make as you say some of these lines. And for romance in particular, it's really, really important that you highlight those little nuances so you can kind of think, what is that character thinking about? Then Karlak herself is an extremely expressive character. So she is, technical difficulties. She is an extremely fun character to work on. I loved how expressive she was. If she's happy, it's going to be written all over her face. You're going to know exactly what she's thinking. But if she's sad, you're going to be able to tell too. So on the left-hand side, you can see that she's afraid of hurting the player character. She's afraid of burning the character. So we really had to make sure that you could see that pain in her eyes. Otherwise, it just wouldn't sell as well. You wouldn't believe it as much. Whereas on the right, where she's kind of having a moment of, oh my God, the player loves me. This is so great. We really spent a lot of time like placing the happy emotions and making sure that it felt very natural and cute. Now, with Karlak in particular, a lot of work was done on the VFX and lighting side. So she is constantly on fire in the game, and she has this low level burning that you can see on her body, little flames that are coming out of her mesh. And as she expresses herself, as she changes emotion, they actually light up further. They get brighter, they get like more of an inferno, depending on what she is feeling. But in terms of the romance scene, we wanted to do something a little bit different again. So we added in this extra effect of adding in blue fire to kind of give it a nice feel as well. So it showed safety and connection. So if you get this far and you're able to romance her, we wanted it to be obvious that you had gotten enough upgrades to her engine that when you touch her, it won't hurt you anymore. So it does convey that, but it also provides really great contrast in the scene. So she has red skin, orange tones in her body, and blue is a really nice contrasting color against that red. So it really makes the scene pop, and it really makes those romance moments. Your eyes turn on and you're like, okay, I'm going to pay attention now to this blue fire. Like, this is an important moment. But it also allowed lighting to be really creative as well. So you'll have some scenes that were shot in interiors that are kind of dark rooms, and the blue fire VFX that she had on her body, we use that to actually light the entire scene. So I think it's most obvious on the scene on the right here. The entire scene is kind of lit in blue, and it really made that scene feel quite unique. All right, but ultimately, we are still in a video game with choice. So time to level up the cinematics. How do we work with all of that agency that I spoke about earlier? So how reactive can we go? We talked about all of the companions that you can romance, and there's even more that you can in the game that I haven't mentioned. There's more races with lots of different heights as well. There's loads of different faces when you're creating your character in character creation. There's more environments, so not every romance scene is going to happen in one specific space. And there's even more. We could go on. There's different armor sets, all that sort of stuff. So how do the cinematic team work with that? Well, we have 11 unique races in character creation. So yeah, elf, gnome, halfling, half-orc, dragonborn, loads of different races in the game. Within those, there are between 2 to 4 body variations. So every single character has 2 different body variations, and then a select few have 2 more, which are the strong body type as well. This means that there are 11 separate rigs in the game, so 11 separate skeletons that the animators have to work with, particularly when it comes to romance scenes. I mean, this applies to the entire game at large, so every time you see custom animations in the game, movement, it has to be done multiple different times to work on the different body types. So here's a little lineup of all of our characters in the game, and you can really see like the difference in the characters' heights. And we have strong with the dragonborn, the half-orc. We have the human characters, the Githyanki, and then we have the shorter races with dwarves, halflings, and gnomes. So different height, of course, means different contact points. So I have this little video, which is kind of a joke, but I think it shows the point.
Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man.
Okay, so Lord Farquaad here. Obviously, this table is just too tall for him. So if he wants to make contact with that table, they have to adjust it. They have to move it down. And this applies to all the animations in the game as well. So how did the cinematics team deal with it? Well, we get a kick-ass animation team, first off. These guys are amazing. They do so much work, and we're so thankful for them. But we retarget all of the animations to suit the character. So you'll see here, Will on the left, he's kissing, and we have to adjust depending on the character. So Astarion, he's kissing, and they are around the same height. So, you know, his hand will come up about the same distance to his face. For the strong rig, the tiefling character, he has to tilt up, and his hand actually has to come higher because that character is taller than him. And then finally, with the gnome character at the bottom, the actions have to change quite a lot for that character because she is a lot shorter than him. So he actually goes downwards, and as he spins, he goes down onto one knee so that by the time they have to kiss each other, they are in line with each other, essentially. So then we have logic in game which checks who is involved and which animation set it should play. Then we go to the cameras. We have to adjust our cameras accordingly too. So you'll often, if anyone here has played, you'll notice that when you're a shorter character, it actually feels like you are that size because we bring the cameras down lower and we tilt upwards and we look up at the taller characters and the strong characters. And it gives you the perspective that you're looking through the eyes of a gnome or a halfling. And it's the exact same on the opposite side. So if you're playing a dragonborn or a half-orc, but you're talking to a dwarf, the camera is up much higher, it's going to shoot down, and you'll feel like that tall character. That's a basic setup if you're talking about an over-the-shoulders camera, but then we have all of these amazing custom cameras when we use romance scenes. So we have to make little adjustments here and there so that they will suit every single race that we have in the game. Now, faces. Remember all those body types that I talked about? Well, each of them also has a variety of different facial shapes. So the nose and the eyes can have lots of different widths and lengths. The philtrum, so your Cupid's bow, can be very different length, and your lips size can also be different. That's particularly important when it comes to romance scenes because, you know, you're kissing someone, your lips, that's kind of important. Then we also have some even stranger looking characters, I would say. We have the half-orc characters, and they also have these really large teeth. So we have to make sure that we aren't really clipping those teeth into the character that you're romancing, because that doesn't exactly sound very comfortable if a tooth goes through your lip. And the most challenging part of all, these guys, the Dragonborn. I am very, very proud of the fact that we got these working in game, because if you look at a human character, you know, for the most part, our faces are very flat. What do you do if you suddenly put like a couple extra inches of snout in front and you want to kiss someone? Okay, that's going to be quite difficult. So the animators have to make sure that they're pushing the heads backwards so that the tops of their lips will make contact with the player character. So yeah, they were tricky, but I mean, look at how badass they look. It was great that we managed to get them in. So the animators and the cinematic artists have to collaborate to find a middle ground that will work so that those contact points work correctly. Now, onto environments. So live action films often have prescribed sets. So I'll go through a couple examples here. We have, you know, the classic Titanic on a fancy boat on a stairway here. Spider-Man upside down on a railing, kissing in New York. Although I kind of like this version in the bathtub a little bit better. Or in a spaceship with your sister. Anyway, so real life is a lot more open than that. The game worlds that we're creating, we're trying to emulate that. So with certain scenes, the kisses in particular, where you just talk to your companion, click on them, and say, hey, I would like to kiss you, they can happen in so many different environments in the game. So yeah, let me kiss wherever I want, please. And the cinematic has to adapt to where you are. So, you know, you can kiss in the Underdark. But what about in the Druid Grove as well? Okay, I see where we're going. All right, you can kiss anywhere. So we obviously have to make these scenes in a different way to the scenes where you're at a prescribed set. So like if you're going on a date in a tavern, that's a specific set. But these in-world kisses are very different. And I love looking at this screen. Like it shows how adaptive our cinematics are. There's lots of stuff going on here. So the lighting adapts to wherever you are, and the lighting artist did an amazing job. I particularly love looking at the reds and the purples and blues. All of that is adapting to wherever you are in the game. But we also have to keep our cameras in a little bit closer. So we want to make sure that when you trigger these scenes, cameras aren't clipping into a chair, for example, if you're beside a chair. So there's a lot of tech going on in the background to make sure that these play correctly in the world. So what could possibly go wrong? Definitely never any bugs. None of those. Okay, no, maybe there are sometimes bugs. So I'm just going to play a couple of my favorite romance bugs. Okay, the hand. What's the hand doing? Not sure. Oh. They seem happy at least, so I'm happy for them. Remember those Dragonborn that I spoke about? Aw, cute. Oh. Okay, that gives a whole new definition to wearing the face off each other. And then I can't not include a Karlach one. This is quite a famous one. Where are you kissing exactly?
Yay!
She's happy, so I'll be happy for her. This one in particular was quite funny because a whole article was written about it in Kotaku. So yeah, I just want to mention that there's so many moving parts to these cinematics. So of course there's going to be bugs sometimes. I'm pretty sure all of these, no, in fact I know all of these bugs have already been fixed. It's part of game development to have these bugs, but ultimately at the end of the day, we are doing it more so for this sort of situation. I found this Simpsons do it for her thing, and I thought it was amazing for Karlak. So I just screen grabbed a few comments about the new patch 6 kisses. We released a load of unique kisses in patch 6. I think there's around 3 to 4 new kisses per companion in patch 6. And there was really, really positive response to that. And that kind of proved to me and to all of the devs like how important this stuff is to the players. I know it's not for everyone. You don't have to choose to romance if you don't want to, but agency is key in Baldur's Gate, so we are giving you the option to do it. And if you are going to do it, we want to make sure that it feels really great and like something that you would actually want to do, of course. So that's it. Sorry, these GIFs I just found on Google Slides, and the one on the right says 50 and still fabulous. And I have no idea what that's about, but I thought it was really funny, so I've included it here. But yeah, I'm going to open up the floor to questions if anyone has any. I think there's some mics here if anyone wants to just come up to them. Yeah.
With the patch 6, there's like a ton of new kissing animations and stuff. But like, would you ever think of like adding hugs into certain scenes? Like just options for it?
So we did add in a whole lot of hugs into the epilogue. So if you go and play in the epilogue, we released that in patch 5, I think. Yeah, we added loads of hugs in there. So if you want to hug your companion characters, go to the epilogue and make sure that you hug them there. Kissing is difficult. Hugging is also very difficult, especially with the armor sets that we have. You know, your character can wear so many different outfits. Some of them have crazy, huge things going on in the shoulders. And it's part of the reason why we have camp clothes as well, so that we can show those intimate moments, touching each other a little bit easier. But yeah, so the hugs did happen in the epilogue. No problem.
Hi, I'd like to ask a question just about your own background. You said you studied animation in Ballyferma. How did you find the progression from, I imagine studying animation doesn't cover a lot of the directorship part of the cinematics, then to working in cinematics?
Yeah, for sure. So what Ballyferma College did for me, obviously I mostly studied 3D there. So that was really, really helpful for getting into the games industry in general. I would say if you do want to get into games, like learning Maya is really important. And that's where I originally started out. Then, yeah, I got the job in Larian in the cinematics team. We were quite early at the time. In terms of like leadership, so yeah, that one is tricky. What I would say is that you really just need to pay attention to pipeline processes, really get to understand the team that you're working for. So if you understand the pipeline from the ground up and you're able to help onboarding people and teaching people, that is a huge, huge important part of being a lead. You need to be able to teach others how to work in your engine. So that, and then being able to work with other teams as well, is a huge part of leadership. Larian is such a collaborative place to work. We're constantly talking to people at all stages of the day, other team members, and you have to find a middle ground. So when people come and say, hey, we're going to do Dragonborn characters, you're always trying to say yes and as a lead. Like, you don't ever want to cut people off and say no, because when they turn out right, they turn out really right. So even though it's going to be a challenge, you have to be open and willing to try and find a middle ground. So yeah, knowing your own team, knowing your team members, who is strong in certain things, knowing who to give work to on certain areas is really good as well. And just being a great collaborator is a huge part of leadership.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So a lot of the character stories in Baldur's Gate deal with a lot of kind of sensitive topics around trauma, around intimacy with other people. Well, probably the best depiction of those kinds of stories I've seen in a long time. English student, brain started dissecting things immediately. But how did you find, as a team, especially dealing with those kinds of story elements, both in terms of like animations for in-game and figuring out how that works, and in terms of general team mental health and welfare, touching on very serious topics?
Yeah, of course. So our team's mental well-being is always important. So if anything ever comes up in the workspace that people don't feel comfortable with, they're always open to saying that to us, and we will take that into account. In terms of like actually working on the scenes, again, the collaboration aspect, we get a lot of different people to discuss how best to go about treating these animations. So the intimacy coordinators were a huge thing. That really helped us to make sure that we were tackling these, how we shot these animations in the correct way. And then, you know, the writers writing the scenes, they do a lot of background research as well to make sure that what they're writing on screen sells well. I'm glad you thought that it was done in a good way. That makes me really happy. We are always trying to convey these stories in a way that is accessible, but also feels natural and right. And we don't ever want to hurt people in the process of doing that. So yeah, it's a lot of collaboration again.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hello. A bit too short for this.
We need to get that far.
It was a nice little Damon reference for that Tav in those Carlex.
Yes, I was wondering if people would notice that. So it's not actually Damon, but I did create someone who looked quite like him. I know people ship them a lot in the game. So
it was beautiful.
Thank you.
It was much appreciated. It was really interesting to hear the kind of cinematic elements, how scenes are kind of like designed with a camera work in mind and things like that, because a lot of it aligns with like traditional film theory. So it was really interesting. And I was just wondering, was there any scene in particular, like Carlac or otherwise, that you found particularly like gratifying to work on, or that you really enjoyed working on?
Yes, that's a great question. And just to talk about what you said about live action, we really, really want to emulate live action filmmaking. We want our cameras to feel like real world cameras. So I'm glad that you picked up on that, because we don't want them to feel digital and not real. Like that's a huge part of it. We're trying to create these slow cameras. For me, the most gratifying scene, that's tricky. I think that I really liked working on the date scene. I loved the interaction with them before anything else happens later on in the night. Just the conversation that they have was really nice, but also the kind of the scene that didn't have the sexual moments in it, you'll say. I loved working on that. So where you just go with the character and all you do is lie in bed with each other and kind of cuddle each other. I loved working on that scene. And I think me and one of the animators, Choicelyn, who worked a lot on Carlac, we're really proud of that one. And Sarah, the writer, loved it as well, because it feels very real. Like anyone who has a partner knows that a lot of the relationship is about those smaller moments where you're just spending time with each other, you know, holding hands, going to sleep with each other. So I was quite proud of that one.
Hi.
Hello.
So one thing that I really liked about the game is that all the characters seem to have very different relationships with sexuality and intimacy and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And it's really well animated in the scenes. Like the first time I played it, I romanced Shadowheart, and it was all like really sweet, and there was a fade to black and that kind of stuff. And then in my next playthrough, I romanced Minthara.
Slightly different scene, yeah.
It fades to black and then it fades back in. So I was like, how do you...
The cinematic artist is over there. You can talk to her later.
Thank you for your services. It's like, how do you decide which character is going to be like really explicit and which one is less so? And is that like a writing team decision or an animation team decision? Yeah. And what is the atmosphere like in the writing room, in the studio, when you're talking about those scenes? Like, is it giggly? Is it serious? Like, I'm just so curious about that vibe.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so you've kind of half answered your first question already. Mm-hmm. Depending on the character's story, that's the first place we look, depending on like, how do we want to convey these scenes? So obviously Minthara is a very strong-willed character, slightly evil leaning, but her and Lae'zel, like for their first romance scenes, we went down quite a, I don't want to say graphic, it's not graphic necessarily, but you see more happening in it, and it's because of their character types, whereas you have these other characters who are maybe slightly shyer in their romance. Will is a great example of that. Will's romance is quite different from some of the others. In fact, there's not a huge amount of sexual moments in it, and it's because it suits the character. It suits what he wants. So we're trying to think about what the character wants and needs in the romance scene, and that's what we're conveying on screen as well. In terms of the writing room, I haven't personally been in the writing room when they are coming up with these scenes, but in terms of collaborating with them, we often talk to each other day to day. And in fact, like a lot of Carlac stuff was me and Sarah talking to each other and like, how is this going to be done? How do we want this to feel? Yeah, you laugh about some things. That's just normal. That's just human nature. But, you know, most of the time I would say it is serious because we want to make sure that they're done correctly and that the players feel what they should feel when these scenes are on the screen.
Perfect. Thank you so
No
much.
problem.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes to that cosplay. Hello, Dee.
Hi. So I have a question in terms of Carlac and her animations and stuff, but I always relate to her. So I guess my question is, who choreographed her dance? You know, her standing
little
fast,
shuffle.
the little shuffle, and like, you know, was there a lot of thought on that, or?
Yeah, so that was pitched by the writer originally. She said, I want Carlac to shuffle around. Like, she is such an expressive character. I want her idol to have a little dance in it. So she pitched it originally, and then it went to the gameplay animators in Quebec, and they came up with the actions for it, and they got it into the game. And yeah, it's funny. I really love it. Although sometimes I think it is funny, like you've just killed a character and you go back to gameplay and she's just, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
No worries.
So I wanted to ask, because of the deep romantic connection that Carlac can have with someone, eliminating the player character entirely, who do you think she'd end up with?
Ooh. I mean, personally, okay, you can't put words into my mouth because I'm just saying this from my perspective and not from the game's perspective. Obviously, I put a Damon lookalike here. I think that they would be very cute together, but that is totally personal. I don't think there's any one particular character in BG3 that Carlac necessarily would absolutely end up with. So it depends on their actions. They're obviously going to need to be a good leaning character. Carlac will take none of the BS killing everyone. Like, they have to be quite a good character. So yeah, it's hard to give an answer on that one.
Thank you very much for your time.
No problem.
Do you think Baldur's Gate should have beat Spider-Man in the Game Awards?
Absolutely. Of course. I mean, every game is deserving of praise, right? Game developers put in so much work into everything. So I am happy to applaud anyone that wins an award or doesn't win an award. Awards aren't everything. It's all about, you know, how did you feel putting your art out into the world? That's more important than awards. But of course, we are all really, really happy to win the award. So I'm happy for BG3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh yeah, one last question.
If you know yourself, you don't have to give the name, but what was just your personal reaction to the bear?
Okay, so yeah, the bear had already been talked about inside Larian before it became a thing. I always thought it was pretty funny, and then when it was actually done, I was secretly delighted. So I'm happy. It's more agency, right? And it's still Halcyon. Everyone remember that. The bear is Halcyon, and that's the most important thing.
It very much had the essence of, that is something that happened in someone's personal game that has latched onto their brain for a long time. Thank you for answering.
No problem. I think I'm nearly out of time, so maybe last question.
Just one question. Just working at Larian regarding that, you mentioned there's a good collaborative environment. Just wondering in terms of work-life balance, especially around crunch times. How do you deal with that? Like, how do you ensure the team has good work-life balance?
Yeah, that's really important. Obviously, towards the end of the project, we did work extra hours. I'm not going to lie about it. But for the vast majority of the project, we did not crunch. And that's something that Larian is trying to make sure only happens when it really, really, really needs to happen. But we keep an eye on it for all of our team members. We monitor it a lot. We look at the hours that people are logging. And if we see someone's logging crazy hours, we say, hey, you need to stop doing that. Take a day off, take a few days off, make sure that you have that balance, because you're only going to produce good work if you have balance in your life. If you're completely crunched out the entire time, you're going to be exhausted. Your brain's not going to work anymore. So yeah, making sure that people keep up their hobbies outside of work, keep up, you know, their relationships out of work is really important. You have to have both, otherwise it won't work.
Awesome. Thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for coming. We are upstairs on the 3rd floor in the game dev room. So if anyone has any further questions, please feel free to come and talk to us. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Cosplay Masquerade will begin in 5 minutes. Deserves a better crowd reaction than that. You're all fired.
Hello, 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 Dublin Comic Con!
Come on, you can do better than that. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Do you think they're awake? I don't think they're awake.
They're not awake. Well, that person's awake.
They're awake. This
That person's
okay.
awake.
Look, let's do it by section, all right? Hello! I'm gonna go home. Rhea Ripley, I need to hear you scream, all right? Everybody on this side, make some noise!
There we go.
Middle, make some noise! This side, make some noise! Who here has attended a Dublin Comic Con cosplay masquerade before? Hands up. You know it. Right, so the way this is gonna go is very simple. We have 4 categories. First one is kids, which is anybody 12 and under. All the cosplayers from all the categories are gonna be walking up from here, and they're gonna be hitting a few poses. Actually, Jerry, can I get a demonstration of you hitting a few poses, please, bye? Come on, bye. Just for me. Pose number 1.
People always use me for this stuff.
Stretch. Ooh, you see him. Yes. Number 2, the twirl. Yes. And then you're hitting center stage for the 3rd. Lovely. Cosplayers are going to be hitting 3 poses, or they're going to be doing a little something, something. And I want you to make noise like the roof is actively falling on top of you. All right? Can you do that for me? I believe that one guy over here can. It's all you. Keep it up, please. The next category is going to be under 16s, then it's going to be over 16s, and then we're going to have groups. At the end of each category, all the cosplayers from that category are going to come back on stage, do a big group pose, and I need everybody to clap. If by the end of this your hands aren't red, raw, and or bleeding, and I will be checking, you haven't clapped enough. Do I make myself clear?
I don't think they're clear.
Did I make myself clear?
Much better.
Let's bring in the kids. First up, we have Saki as Dazai and Chloe as Chuya. Make some noise! Come on, don't strip on that cape. Right, over here. Pose number 1. Look at your adoring crowd. Look at them, they're waiting for you. Woo! The romance! Over to the other. Pose number 2. The rose. Romance is not dead, folks. And pose number 3. Incredible. Here we go. One more round of applause for Dazai and Chuya. Name? Next up, we have Jackson as Lethal Company. Giving some noise. The stage is yours. Give me a pose. Ooh. Oh, he's a natural. So, I've been told that you want to talk about your costume. So, what made you want to cosplay this character?
Because of how popular the game is at to get in.
Give him a round of applause. Look at the bravery and the
Massive
skill.
round of applause there, ladies and gentlemen.
Give me another pose. Yeah. Woo! Does anyone here like Demon Slayer? Make some noise for Sean as Tanjiro! Whoa! You have a license for that thing? Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
Nobody saw nothing. Just turn around.
Quick recovery. Yes! Oh, he's so serene. He is at peace.
Natural, absolute natural at this.
He has mastered the cosplay breathing style. What's up? Anybody here, Breath of the Wild enjoyers? Make some noise for Arthur as Link. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah. Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, he's dangerous. Ooh. Now, we all love film and television here, so next up we have Ted as cameraman. Oh, he's the winner, Willie, hitting the Gwynny. Now we're gonna get a little bit serious. Next up we have Marisha as the Batman who laughs. Oh, I'm laughing already. Oh, the skill. Incredible. The power. Behind the back and all. Make some noise for Marissa. Good job. Even I got dizzy after that one now. Next up we have Victoria as Doma from Demon Slayer. Ooh. Pose. The power. The elegance, the grace. One more pose for me. Oh. Hell yeah, incredible. Here we go. Now, can we all agree that those kids had some incredible courage, talent, and energy. Can we agree on that? Should we bring them all out for a group photo? We should. Bring them out. Make some noise for all the kids. If you think I remember each of their individual names and cosplays, you are wrong.
I didn't even know them in the first place, but okay.
Jerry, from now on, I need you to remember every single name I say.
No.
No. Let's make some noise. They're a little bit shy. Let's get them out here. It's all you guys. Come on, let's keep
Make
it
some
going.
noise, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go!
Noise. Oh! Yeah!
Massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the under 12s.
One more time, one big round of applause. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I think you'll find some gifts as you leave, so let's get you back.
Yeah, if you just come over here to me.
All these little kids, you know, takes a lot of courage and that should be rewarded. So I think we should give
Ladies
these
and
guys
gentlemen,
some
one
merch.
more round of applause. Come on!
So, who here has been attending panels? Wow. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Oh, one person. Love you, King. Who here has been attending talks here in the auditorium? All right, okay, we're getting there. Who here has met some of our incredible guests? Just you? Just Percy Jackson. Came all the way from New York, all the way from Long Island, just for Dublin Comic Con. Incredible. Now, do you think we should bring on the next category?
That's one you want? Okay, I'll lead you down. Anyone who has one, I can lead you down then, okay?
Now, half of you have the energy that I'm looking for, and I think that man is accounting for the other half of the room.
He's taking everything.
Don't laugh and not shout it.
Everything.
So, let's make some noise for the under 16s. First off, we have Saren as Vox. Whoa! Last pose in there. One more time for Saren as Vox. Make some noise. You're going behind the face. Next up, we have Ava as Sabiko next. Oh. Drum roll. Oh, no. Oh, no, she found me. Oh, no. What's going on? No! Oh, no, get away from me. Get away. Hey. One more time, one big round of applause. Oh, she's... Natural stage presence. I know a theater kid when I see one. Let's go. That way. Next up, we have Sean as the Warrior Xenomorph. Let's go. Sean has some fans in the audience, I hear. Let's go. Oh. Look at the crafting. Wait, hey. I don't mess with aliens.
No.
incredible.
No, you have your shot. Oh, that way. That way, buddy. That way.
One more time, Sean, as the Warriors Xenomorph. What? Next up, make some noise for Marcus as the Urukai. I don't have the ring, I swear. Oh, look at him go. He's looking for something, lads. I feel like he's looking. In the middle. Oh, hell yeah. Next
Massive
up.
round of applause, everyone. Massive round of applause.
Jerry, I'm so sorry. I cut the Urukai short.
Yeah, you keep
That's
taking
on
my
me.
role. I don't know what you want, my job.
Jerry, I'm so sorry. I would never do this to you. Jerry, do you want to know who's next?
I do want to know who's next. Yes. 4 people love me.
Jerry, 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 Jerry.
On today's show, we're going to talk about... No, actually, no, we won't do that.
But more important than Jerry, and certainly far more beautiful, I'm sorry. Half as beautiful, is that okay? Twice? Twice as beautiful, Sophie as Princess Peach. So regal. Oh! My heart's being stolen to me. You love to see it.
Massive round of applause, gentlemen. Give it up for Princess Peach. Just over there. Just over there.
Cosplaying? As? Next up, we have Demon Sister 666. I'm genuinely scared of what's happening right now. Oh. The stompers and all. One last big round of applause. Lads, I'm sweating. It's hot up here. Are we loving the cosplays so far, or are we loving them? Now, I know that, contrary to popular belief, some of you here might be nerds. And if you're a nerd like me, you'll love LARP. So make some noise for Mark as the medieval Mandalorian. Marek. Oh, no. Whoa. Let's make some noise. Next up, they've snuck up, and I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna let them tell you who they are. Come on up here, boys. Who are you? My God.
Thank you. What do I have to do?
Who are you and who are you? Who are you and who are you, guys?
I'm Pseudo Kazushi from Overflow. Thank you everyone for coming. I hope you're all having a great time. I'm Ayana Shiraka. I'm from Overflow too. Hell yeah!
Woo! Make some noise again.
But hold on. Before we, right.
Jerry,
I can't curse, obviously.
do you have the walking stick? I can take
Well, who the hell was that?
Yeah. Jerry, would you do me a big favor and would you get them all out for a big group photo?
Ah, fine.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Jerry. Jerry, 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 Jerry.
Ah, if only I was paid for this. Oh well. Ladies and gentlemen, one more massive round of applause for all our contestants under 16.
Make some noise! Now, lads, thank you very much, and we hope to see you again next year and the year after and the year after.
One more round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
To go home here.
Apollo, I will say one thing. I think this year we're seeing more and more of proper homemade costumes, and I'm absolutely loving that. I wouldn't have the skill to do what half of them are doing. That alien, that was something else.
I saw the back spike. I would assume that the back spikes were probably made out of like a pool noodle, something of the sort. Now that's creative. Yeah, you'll have to see it.
I can't do that, but I think we've got some more good ones to come.
Do you think we'll bring out the over 16s now?
I think so, yeah. We want over 16s. They don't really want anything today. I don't know what's going on.
I can go, guys, if it's me.
I know, they just want Jerry. It's fine. It's all right. It's okay.
Jerry. Dylan? Well, Jerry. I don't know why there was such contempt in my voice. I'm sorry. Well, Jerry. First up, we have Dylan as the red guy. He looks so friendly.
Oh, he's looking at me. Or is he looking at... I don't know. Oh, Jesus. Okay. One more round of applause, everybody, for the red guy!
Next up, Kai as Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad 2. Make some noise! Oh, you'll take me eye out with that. Make some noise!
Make some noise!
Next up, we have Ellie as Belle. She did a twirl. Gorgeous. The dress is so shiny. And one
That's
last
a round of applause,
time,
ladies and gentlemen.
Next up, we have Adam as Captain Hook. Have you seen any crocodiles lately? Next up, we have the Undead Cause. All your fans are right there. Wave, say hi to them. I love the amount of Demon Slayer cosplays that have been out here. I have a Zenitsu somewhere in my closet.
You're just talking gobbledygook to me. I haven't a clue.
You don't know? Oh, you got. Can we watch Demon Slayer after this?
No, we watch Star Wars after this. Come on. Okay, there was some booze there. Okay, calm down. We're all secret
Next
Star
up,
Wars
we have
fans,
Echo
okay?
as Myoyoi Asai.
We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the young generation. Keep you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We will.
Yes!
I think that
Full
we all
arm.
keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We will.
Ooh, the sass.
I think that we've all
A kiss out to all the fans, as it should be. Make some noise one more time. Next up, we have Luke, or as you might know him, 8-Bit Beanie as Sneakerhead. Speakerhead. Speakerhead. It's not a shoot, it's a speaker.
We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt.
Oh! Hit it.
We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah.
Fun fact, he has a Bluetooth speaker in the actual head.
That was a nice suit.
Yeah,
that was a nice suit.
He must do great fun at parties.
Well, he brings his own music.
Yeah, he does. Yuna as Thelma from Scooby-Doo. Make some noise. She didn't lose her glasses this time. That's a win. The belt's going all over the place, lads. I don't know what's going on with this. We're not gonna look at it. Just look like from here up, okay? Do I look pretty? Jerry, I don't think they think I look pretty.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What happened?
But you know what, Jerry? It's behind us. I'm gonna put it behind us because next up we have Amy as what? Late night friend from Honkai Star Rail. Even the heels are golden. Oh, that's cool. I love that. Next up, make sure that he keeps his hands to himself. I don't want to be destroyed. Samuel as Mahito. Oh, don't domain expansion right here. No, no. Next up, we have Olivia, the hero for Eldon. Whoa! Now that'll cost us some stamina to pick up that sword back up. Oh! I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be in a fight against herself now.
Massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, Jerry, I know that everybody just loves you so much more. So we're going to bring on the next cosplayer. And I'm going to let you just have a little chat with him, all right? We'll let you have a little interview because I know that you're a great interviewer, aren't you? And we'd all love to hear that, wouldn't we? Next up, we have Jess as Doma from Demon Slayer. Now, Jerry, enjoy talking about an anime you have not watched.
Yeah, this is great crack because I haven't a clue. But what inspired you to wear this particular costume?
I just love this little gremlin man.
I love Gremlin Men too. They're great crack. And what is it? Okay, explain who's the character? What's it from?
The second most powerful demon from Demon Slayer. And he's really awesome. He's also a cult leader.
That'll do it. That'll
I'm
do
gonna
it. For
end
sure.
it there because you'll start indoctrinating people now. But massive round of applause.
Now, this is one that's very close to my heart. Welcome, Dara, as Batman Beyond. Make some noise. Well, those batarangs look very sharp. Make some noise one last time for Batman Beyond. Now, for all our flag means death lovers, welcome Sean as Izzy Hands. The swagger. Oh, hit him with the smolder. Sharpest cutlass in the 7 seas. Did you all watch a little, Jerry? No, I'm not going to talk to them anymore. They told me I'm not pretty. Jerry, did you watch a movie based on a video game? It's a little indie video game. It's called Five Nights at Freddy's.
It's too scary for me.
Correct. It is too scary for me too. But we have Jordan as Springtrap. Michael Afton, the man that you are. Someone really likes Springtrap. Oh! He always comes back.
I missed that. Do it again. We're okay. We're okay. Technical difficulties is absolutely fine. You just walk to your right there. Watch your right. There we go. Yeah, that way. Yeah.
All right, let's get Mr. Afton out of here.
Okay.
Next up, we has. I swear I know how to conjugate verbs in the English language. I'm an English teacher. Next up, we have demonic cosplay as Tom Dredge. Brought his own mic. I wasn't joking. I genuinely am an English teacher.
Say that again?
I wasn't joking. I genuinely am an English teacher and I can't speak.
So the next costume is...
Next up, we have Chelsea as Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. Hit 3 poses for me. Oh, hitting us with the transmutation. Automail looking fresh, freshly repaired. Chelsea, no, wait, Chelsea, I have so many questions for you, don't run. So, I need to ask, how did you get the arm to look and function and move as if it were actually automail?
So the entire arm and the leg are all made of cardboard covered in paper that I use sketching pencils or drafting pencils to shade in all the silver, and then I covered it in tape. To get it to move and everything is I have jointed pieces that I connected together with the brass fasteners that you would find at craft stores or you'd use in school. And it's just a whole bunch of connected pieces connecting it together.
Incredible. Let's make some noise for the ingenuity and the design. Next up, for all my gaming friends and enjoyers, we have... Oh, what was the name? Sean. I keep forgetting the most simple of names. Sean as the symbiote Spider-Man. Oh, he hit it. Now, Gary. Jerry. Gary? Who's Gary? Jerry, are you a Spider-Man fan yourself?
Yes.
I'll let you take this one. So ask him anything you'd like, anything that's burning in your heart.
Okay, so why this particular iteration of Spider-Man?
I just really like the black suit. I think it's one of the coolest like variants of Spider-Man. And then when the new game came out, I just felt like, oh, this is the perfect time to do this specific suit.
Would the symbiote be your favorite?
I'd say so, yes.
Massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice and simple, lads. Patrick as Batman. Oh. Now, I wouldn't want to find him on a dark night in Gotham.
Give it up for Batman!
We're sending him back into the shadows.
There in a few minutes.
Yeah. I've been seeing some movement around the rafters. I think it might be him. Now, we have a next cosplayer would like to introduce themselves, actually. So, let's please welcome Captain America on stage.
Okay, I'm Steve McGarry, and I made this costume homemade.
Homemade?
Yeah. All of it. Like paper mache.
Let's turn you around.
Paper mache. Cardboard, and paper mache. And paint all this.
Give Captain America a massive round of applause!
It is incredible what you can do with some paper mache, cardboard, and paint. He lifted it! Yes! Next up, for my Star Wars fans, we have, is this our next Sean as Record from the Bad Batch? Oh, he looks mad. He looks mad. Oh, incredible. Laid
all right,
at the ready.
calm down. I'll give you the money back. All right, I'll give you the money back. It's okay.
Jerry, he found you. Jerry, run.
Massive round of applause for Wrecker!
Before we bring them out for one last group photo, I think I'm going to have to ask you to give yourselves a round of applause for how well you've been hyping up all the cosplayers here. Big round of applause for yourselves. And let's get them all out for a big group photo. Oh, they left me on stage alone. Oh, no. None of this. None of this shenaniganery. Are you having fun?
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the over 16s!
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for them. Let's go.
For your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We
Let's make some noise one last time.
Massive round of applause for the over 16s.
The Springtrap enjoyer is going absolutely off the rails. With music like this, I want to take the ponytail out, but it'll just mess up the whole audio.
A lot of photos being taken here. Okay. One more time for the over 16s.
Over downstairs.
Could we get someone to meet? We get someone to meet the wheelchair user at the backstage. I'll have someone meet you back here. Aren't they all incredible and talented? And the ingenuity and the creativity blows me away every time. This is nice and slow music. I feel like I can really talk to you guys. But let's get serious for a moment. You ever felt love? No!
What did you say?
What did I say? Nothing.
What did he say?
Jerry, I would never do anything to make you mad, Jerry. I wouldn't.
Wait, hold on. Someone said you used the L word, so you love me?
You know I do. Come here. Are we ready to see some groups? Red guy immediately made it into the audience. Red guy, are you ready to see some groups? I only want to hear you. Incredible.
That was the loudest anyone's ever been.
First up, we have Ozzy and Hazel Squid Sisters. Aww. They were so in sync. Jerry, someone's giving you roses.
Is that for me? My
Yes,
wife
Jerry.
will have questions.
The identity of your secret admirer will
But
have to
thank
wait.
you very much.
Because we have, and I'm sorry to do this to you again.
My son is actually sitting backstage. I'm like, don't tell your mother.
Sarah and Abby as Madoka and Homura.
Did you get that right?
These anime names are killing me, man.
Now you know how I felt last year.
Woo! Let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead.
Hit some poses, y'all.
Everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide you.
Whoa!
I'll fight for what I love with
Aww.
my past is filled with things I
Incredible.
won't forget.
Hit him with the Charlie's Angels. You'll have to see it.
Push me to my best. So treat the
One big round of
Massive round of
applause.
If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like.
Jerry, I'm sorry, but we're back in the building again with more Five Nights at Freddy's. We have the Noctua Sisters as Sundrop and Moondrop.
Take some action and with a little time. Just be
They have lights.
same and try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt.
Don't look at me. Look at the audience. I'm scared.
Figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be rude.
One more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
I appreciate the groups who make it easy on me to announce. Next up, we have Ravenstown.
They don't wanna see me naked, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is warning I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that
Another massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it.
Next, oh, there were long names. That's not fair. They were long. Stuart and Toby as Tootie and Murdoch.
And the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown.
Rockers and all. Let's go. Close in the middle. Whoa, whoa. No violence. No violence in the DCC Auditorium. They're being chased off actively.
I hear somebody owed someone money there, I tell you. This is...
Next up, we have Derek and Keika as Nanami and Gojo. Anime of the Year, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. Best work, buds. Right, lads, I have so many questions for all of you. No.
Ready to sprint.
And, right, why Nanami and why Gojo?
I'm Kanto Nanami, and I'm a Jujutsu sorcerer, and I'm here because I have to work.
Not a day off. And who are you?
You don't know who am I. You know, guys, right? Because I am the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. Yay!
The strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. Let's go.
One more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Riley and Callum as Daredevil and the Punisher. Oh, they're gonna scrap. Oh no. Whoa. Oh. The fight choreography. Get him off stage. Get him off stage. Get him off. They greatly overestimated how long the stage is. Big round of applause, ladies and gents. Next up, we have Stalking, Echo, and John as Rose, John, and Jade. Yeah.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. One more.
These names have me sweating.
Yeah, that's how I felt last August, and it went very well.
It's going grand, like, you know yourself. We're figuring it out. Are we having fun? What's been your favorite cosplay so far? Just shout at me.
I heard the Jerry cosplay.
Jerry, 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 Jerry.
Thanks.
Pump and Capri Sun as Soap and Price from Modern Warfare 2. Honestly. They have to get out of here. They need a medic. You can get him back. You need a medic. Jerry, call a medic. No. Everyone salute.
You're not allowed to make me feel feelings.
Why get up? I'll cover you.
No, I'd have left him there. One more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Genuinely teared up.
Yeah.
I thought we were lost. The one masquerade that I guest MC, I can't have someone pass away on stage.
Brought me back to the game.
No. Next up, we have Allison and Mary as Dundon and Sonia. Oh, the coordination. Give me these.
Aww. Massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Jerry, we're getting to the end of it, and I'm very sad. I don't want this to end.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's always sad when the queue is gone.
I mean, no more names for me to
Why was
butcher.
that funny?
I don't know. It just was.
It was funny trying to hear you announce them because I didn't have to announce them this time. It was great.
That was
Sorry,
cruel, but
I couldn't announce half of them, but that's fine.
Should we bring them all back just to say goodbye to you?
One last photo shoot, ladies and gentlemen. What do we think?
Let's get all the groups on stage. I need a lemon tea. Oh, it's me again, just me. He's back now. Make some noise for all the groups. Ooh, hit a pose. Give me your favorite poses, guys. Ooh, she's slaying. Slaying all day, every day. Don't knock back the thing.
I see the sign swaying. What the hell? Okay. One more time, ladies and gentlemen! Oh, come on, one more time, come on! One more time!
And that is all for the Cosplay Masquerade of DCC Spring 2024. Thank you so much for being here. Give yourselves a big round of applause and give a big round of applause to all the cosplayers of today. Be free, be merry. Because I'd seen